The Basis of Realism by Bertrand Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Landon D.C. Elkind at the University of Iowa in Iowa City, Iowa. The Basis of Realism. Quote, "The program and first platform of 6 realists," end of quote, which appeared in this journal last July, footnote 1, volume 7, number 15, pages 393 to 401, end of footnote 1, gives expression to a growing movement in philosophy in a way which deserves the gratitude of all who are in sympathy with that movement. As I find myself in almost complete agreement with the "6 realists," end of quote, I have thought it might be desirable to attempt on my own account a somewhat similar statement of my philosophical opinions. The fundamental doctrine in the realistic position, as I understand it, is the doctrine that relations are external. This doctrine is not correctly expressed by saying that two terms which have a certain relation might have not had that relation. Such a statement introduces the notion of possibility and thus raises irrelevant difficulties. The doctrine may be expressed by saying that 1. Relatedness does not imply any corresponding complexity in the relata. 2. Any given entity is a constituent of many different complexes. Each of these propositions requires some expansion. 1. The view which is intended to be denied by this proposition is the view that, whenever a term A has a certain relation R to a certain other term B, that implies some element in A in virtue of which it has the relation R to B. It is usual in this connection to speak rather of the nature of A than of A, and it is not clear whether the nature of A is or is not identical with A. But in any case, this nature, according to the view we are denying, is complex, and contains a constituent which expresses or accounts for A's relation to B. Writers who advocate the view in question do not state what they mean by the nature of A. 3 views may be suggested. Alpha. We may suppose that the nature of A is identical with A. In this case, we affirm, on the basis of a reductio ad absurdum, that the contention that A's nature must contain a constituent which expresses or accounts for A's relation to B is demonstrably false. Beta. We may suppose that A's nature is all the propositions that are true of A, or all the complexes of which A is a constituent. In this case, the view in question becomes a truism, but fails to yield any of the consequences commonly deduced from it. Gamma. We may define the nature of A as its predicates or attributes, as opposed to its relations. This view requires a word of explanation. We are accustomed to dyadic, triadic, tetradic, and so on relations. A dyadic relation may be defined as one which can occur in propositions containing only 2 other terms, i.e., as one such that the simplest propositions in which it occurs contain only 2 other terms. Similar definitions apply to triadic, tetradic, and so on relations. Now there may also be, I do not say there are, what we may call monadic concepts, i.e., concepts which can occur in propositions having only one other term. Such concepts may be called predicates or attributes. It is of course the case that whenever a subject has a predicate, there is a dyadic relation of subject and predicate, but it does not follow that there is not also a proposition in which the predicate is merely predicated. The analogy of dyadic relations will make this clearer. Whenever A has the relation R to B, there is a triadic relation of A and R and B. But in this relation, R occurs as a term of the relation, not as the relating relation of the proposition. Similarly, if there are monadic concepts, the propositions in which they are said to have the relation of predication to their subjects will not be identical with the propositions in which they are actually predicated. Assuming, then, that there are monadic concepts, the nature of A may consist of all those monadic concepts which are predicable of A. Then the view that A's nature contains a constituent which expresses or accounts for A's relation to B will be the view that there is a monadic concept predicable of whatever has the said relation to B and of nothing else. More generally, the view in question may be stated as follows. Every propositional function of one variable is formally equivalent to some monadic propositional function, where a monadic propositional function is one which attributes a monadic concept to a variable subject. It is no concern of the doctrine of external relations either to affirm or deny the above view, though we must contend that there is no reason to suppose the above view to be true. We must, however, deny that a term is composed of all the monadic concepts which are predicable of it, that is, that a particular subject is identical with the sum of its predicates. I do not for a moment wish to suggest that any one of the above three views, alpha, beta, gamma, is held by any of the opponents of external relations. They, I believe, hold a confused mixture of all three, and would not continue their opposition if the confusion were removed. My purpose in setting forth the above three views was to make it clear what it is that I affirm and what it is that I deny. The view I advocate is that a term A may have a relation to a term B without there being any constituent of A corresponding to this relation. If this were false, simple terms could have no relations, and therefore could not enter into complexes. Hence every term would have to be strictly infinitely complex. 2. Authors who deny external relations hold, in addition to the doctrine discussed above, that it is impossible for precisely the same term to be a constituent of two different complexes, or to occur in two different propositions. They say that if A is the father of B and the son of C, it is not strictly the same entity which is father and son, but that it is A qua father of B who is the father of B, and A qua son of C who is the son of C. This doctrine also is denied by those who advocate external relations. They would argue that A qua father of B is a complex containing the constituent A, and A qua son of B is also a complex containing the constituent A. Thus, the attempt to avoid an identical constituent in two complexes breaks down. The two parts of the doctrine of external relations together constitute the justification of analysis, and the denial of the view that analysis is falsification. The importance of the question as to the value of relations lies in the fact that current arguments against realism and pluralism almost all depend upon the doctrine of internal relations. When this doctrine is rejected, the question as to the number of things that exist becomes purely empirical, but no empirical fact is more certain, if a priori refutations fail, than that many things exist. I should therefore prefer to call the philosophy which I advocate pluralism rather than realism, because realism, in most of its accepted uses, involves long and difficult arguments which might be rejected without contravening anything that was said above as to the nature of relations. Nevertheless, if any case is to be made out against this or that form of realism on the basis of external relations, it will have to be a new case, based upon quite different arguments from those hitherto employed by idealists. I do not myself believe that any such case can be made out. At the same time, all the questions involved seem to me to demand fresh discussion, and what seems to me so far firmly established is a logic and a method, rather than any positive metaphysical results. What is plain is that all arguments based on the contention that knowing makes a difference to what is known, or implies a community or interaction between knower and known, rests upon the internal view of relations, and therefore fail when this view is rejected. It is true that there is another argument for idealism, namely the argument which Professor Perry calls the egocentric predicament. This argument is, in brief, that everything must be known, because we cannot know of anything else. This is a foolish fallacy, which would equally prove that I must be acquainted with everybody whose name is Smith. Sometimes, more plausibly, it is urged merely that we cannot know that there are things we do not know. But this view rests upon a wrong analysis of general propositions, in fact upon the same wrong analysis which led Mill to regard Barbara as a petitio principii. When we know a general proposition, that does not require that we should know all or any of the instances of it. All the multiplication sums that never have been and never will be thought of by any human being deal with numbers over 1,000 is obviously a true proposition, although no instance of such a sum can ever be given. It is therefore perfectly possible to know that there are propositions we do not know, in spite of the fact that we can give no instance of such a proposition. Thus it is fallacious not merely to argue that everything must be known, but even to argue that we cannot know that there are things which we do not know. This instance, like many others, illustrates the elementary blunders which philosophers have made owing to their neglect of logic. To sum up, the primary philosophic effect of the logical doctrines which I share with the "six realists" seems to me mainly negative. It shows that most current philosophical argument is fallacious, and that many questions which have been supposed amenable to a priori treatment must be dealt with empirically, since logic leaves the alternatives undecided. At the same time, in all those matters in which philosophy has been led to contravene science and common sense, there is a presumption, if the arguments of philosophers have been unsound, that their conclusions have been false. Hence the logic in question naturally associates itself with pluralism and realism rather than with monism and idealism. Moreover, by the rejection of a priori constructions, the way is open for philosophy to become inductive, and to begin the patient, cooperative accumulation of results by which the triumphs of science have been achieved. B. Russell, Cambridge, England. End of The Basis of Realism by Bertrand Russell.
Children in Prison and Other Cruelties of Prison Life by Oscar Wilde. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Rob Board. Some Cruelties of Prison Life. The editor of the Daily Chronicle. Sir, I learn with great regret, through an extract from the columns of your paper, that the warder Martin of Reading Prison has been dismissed by the prison commissioners for having given some sweet biscuits to a little hungry child. I saw the 3 children myself on the Monday preceding my release. They had just been convicted, and were standing in a row in the central hall in their prison dress, carrying their sheets under their arms previous to their being sent to the cells allotted to them. I happened to be passing along one of the galleries on my way to the reception room, where I was to have an interview with a friend. They were quite small children, the youngest, the one to whom the warder gave the biscuits, being a tiny little chap for whom they had evidently been unable to find clothes small enough to fit. I had, of course, seen many children in prison during the 2 years during which I was myself confined. Wandsworth Prison, especially, contained always a large number of children. But the little child I saw on the afternoon of Monday, the 17th, at Reading, was tinier than any one of them. I need not say how utterly distressed I was to see these children at Reading, for I knew the treatment in store for them. The cruelty that is practised by day and night on children in English prisons is incredible, except to those who have witnessed it and are aware of the brutality of the system. People nowadays do not understand what cruelty is. They regard it as a sort of terrible medieval passion, and connect it with the race of men like Elkind de Romano and others, to whom the deliberate infliction of pain gave a real madness of pleasure. But men of the stamp of Elkind are merely abnormal types of perverted individualism. Ordinary cruelty is simply stupidity. It comes from the entire want of imagination. It is the result in our days of stereotyped systems of hard and fast rules, of centralization, of officialism, and of irresponsible authority. Wherever there is centralization, there is stupidity. What is inhuman in modern life is officialism. Authority is as destructive to those who exercise it as it is to those on whom it is exercised. It is the prison board, with the system that it carries out, that is the primary source of the cruelty that is exercised on a child in prison. The people who uphold the system have excellent intentions. Those who carry it out are humane in intention also. Responsibility is shifted onto the disciplinary regulations. It is supposed that because a thing is the rule, it is right. The present treatment of children is terrible, primarily from people not understanding the peculiar psychology of a child's nature. A child can understand a punishment inflicted by an individual, such as a parent or guardian, and bear it with a certain amount of acquiescence. What it cannot understand is a punishment inflicted by society. It cannot realize what society is. With grown people it is, of course, the reverse. Those of us who are either in prison or have been sent there can understand and do understand what that collective force called society means, and whatever we may think of its methods or claims, we can force ourselves to accept it. Punishment inflicted on us by an individual, on the other hand, is a thing that no grown person endures or is expected to endure. The child, consequently, being taken away from its parents by people whom it has never seen and of whom it knows nothing, and finding itself in a lonely and unfamiliar cell, waited on by strange faces and ordered about and punished by the representatives of a system that it cannot understand, becomes an immediate prey to the first and most prominent emotion produced by modern prison life, the emotion of terror. The terror of a child in prison is quite limitless. I remember once at Reading, as I was going out to exercise, seeing in the dimly lit cell right opposite my own a small boy. Two warders, not unkindly men, were talking to him with some sternness apparently, or perhaps giving him some useful advice about his conduct. One was in the cell with him, the other was standing outside. The child's face was like a white wedge of sheer terror. There was in his eyes the mute appeal of a hunted animal. The next morning I heard him at breakfast time crying and calling to be let out. His cry was for his parents. From time to time I could hear the deep voice of the warder on duty warning him to keep quiet. Yet he was not even convicted of whatever little offence he had been charged with. He was simply on remand. That I knew by his wearing his own clothes, which seemed neat enough. He was, however, wearing prison socks and shoes. This showed that he was a very poor boy, whose own shoes, if he had any, were in a bad state. Justices and magistrates, an entirely ignorant class as a rule, often remand children for a week, and then perhaps remit whatever sentence they are entitled to pass. They call this not sending a child to prison. It is, of course, a stupid view on their part. To a little child, whether he is in prison on remand or after conviction is a subtlety of social position he cannot comprehend. To him the horrible thing is to be there at all. In the eyes of humanity, it should be a horrible thing for him to be there at all. This terror that seizes and dominates the child, as it seizes the grown man also, is of course intensified beyond power of expression by the solitary cellular system of our prisons. Every child is confined to its cell for 23 hours out of the 24. This is the appalling thing. To shut up a child in a dimly lit cell for 23 hours out of the 24 is an example of the cruelty of stupidity. If an individual, parent or guardian, did this to a child, he would be severely punished. The Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children would take the matter up at once. There would be on all hands the utmost detestation of whomsoever had been guilty of such cruelty. A heavy sentence would undoubtedly follow conviction, but our own actual society does worse itself, and to the child to be so treated by a strange abstract force, of whose claims it has no cognizance, is much worse than it would be to receive the same treatment from its father or mother or someone it knew. The inhuman treatment of a child is always inhuman, by whomsoever it is inflicted. But inhuman treatment by society is to the child the more terrible because there is no appeal. A parent or guardian can be moved, and let out the child from the dark, lonely room in which it is confined, but a warder cannot. Most warders are very fond of children, but the system prohibits them from rendering the child any assistance. Should they do so, as Warder Martin did, they are dismissed. The second thing from which a child suffers in prison is hunger. The food that is given to it consists of a piece of usually badly baked prison bread and a tin of water for breakfast at 7:30. At 12 o'clock it gets dinner, composed of a tin of coarse Indian meal stirred about, and at 5:30 it gets a piece of dry bread and a tin of water for its supper. This diet, in the case of a strong grown man, is always productive of illness of some kind, chiefly, of course, diarrhea, with its attendant weakness. In fact, in a big prison, astringent medicines are served out regularly by the warders as a matter of course. In the case of a child, the child is, as a rule, incapable of eating the food at all. Anyone who knows anything about children knows how easily a child's digestion is upset by a fit of crying or trouble and mental distress of any kind. A child who has been crying all day long, and perhaps half the night, in a lonely, dimly lit cell, and is preyed upon by terror, simply cannot eat food of this coarse, horrible kind. In the case of the little child to whom Warder Martin gave the biscuits, the child was crying with hunger on Tuesday morning and utterly unable to eat the bread and water served to it for its breakfast. Martin went out after the breakfasts had been served and bought the few sweet biscuits for the child rather than see it starving. It was a beautiful action on his part, and was so recognized by the child, who, utterly unconscious of the regulation of the prison board, told one of the senior warders how kind this junior warder had been to him. The result was, of course, a report and a dismissal. I know Martin extremely well, and I was under his charge for the last 7 weeks of my imprisonment. On his appointment at Reading he had charge of Gallery C, in which I was confined, so I saw him constantly. I was struck by the singular kindness and humanity of the way in which he spoke to me, and to the other prisoners. Kind words are much in prison, and a pleasant good morning or good evening will make one as happy as one can be in solitary confinement. He was always gentle and considerate. I happen to know another case in which he showed great kindness to one of the prisoners, and I have no hesitation in mentioning it. One of the most horrible things in prison is the badness of the sanitary arrangements. No prisoner is allowed under any circumstances to leave his cell after 5:30 p.m. If, consequently, he is suffering from diarrhea, he has to use his cell as a latrine, and pass the night in a most fetid and unwholesome atmosphere. Some days before my release, Martin was going the rounds at 7:30 with one of the senior warders for the purpose of collecting the oakum and tools of the prisoners. A man just convicted, and suffering from violent diarrhea in consequence of the food, as is always the case, asked this senior warder to allow him to empty the slops in his cell on account of the horrible odour of the cell and the possibility of illness again in the night. The senior warder refused absolutely. It was against the rules. The man, as far as he was concerned, had to pass the night in this dreadful condition. Martin, however, rather than see this wretched man in such a loathsome predicament, said he would empty the man's slops himself, and did so. A warder emptying a prisoner's slops is, of course, against the rules, but Martin did this act of kindness to the man out of the simple humanity of his nature, and the man was naturally most grateful. As regards the children, a great deal has been talked and written lately about the contaminating influence of prison on young children. What is said is quite true. A child is utterly contaminated by prison life, but the contaminating influence is not that of the prisoners, it is that of the whole prison system, of the governor, the chaplain, the warders, the lonely cell, the isolation, the revolting food, the rules of the prison commissioners, the mode of discipline, as it is termed, of the life. Every care is taken to isolate a child from the sight even of all prisoners over 16 years of age. Children sit behind a curtain in chapel, and are sent to take exercise in small sunless yards, sometimes a stone yard, sometimes a yard at the back of the mills, rather than that they should see the elder prisoners at exercise. But the only really humanizing influence in prison is the influence of the prisoners. Their cheerfulness under terrible circumstances, their sympathy for each other, their humility, their gentleness, their pleasant smiles of greeting when they meet each other, their complete acquiescence in their punishments are all quite wonderful, and I myself learned many sound lessons from them. I am not proposing that the children should not sit behind a curtain in chapel, or that they should take exercise in a corner of the common yard. I am merely pointing out that the bad influence on children is not, and could never be, that of the prisoners, but is, and will always remain, that of the prison system itself. There is not a single man in Reading Gaol that would not gladly have done the 3 children's punishment for them. When I saw them last, it was on the Tuesday following their conviction. As I was taking exercise at 11:30 with about 12 other men, as the 3 children passed near us, in charge of a warder, from the damp, dreary stone yard in which they had been at their exercise, I saw the greatest pity and sympathy in the eyes of my companions as they looked at them. Prisoners are, as a class, extremely kind and sympathetic to each other. Suffering and the community of suffering makes people kind, and day after day as I tramped the yard I used to feel with pleasure and comfort what Carlyle calls somewhere the silent rhythmic charm of human companionship. In this, as in all other things, philanthropists and people of that kind are astray. It is not the prisoners who need reformation. It is the prisons. Of course, no child under 14 years of age should be sent to prison at all. It is an absurdity, and, like many absurdities, of absolutely tragic results. If, however, they are to be sent to prison, during the daytime they should be in a workshop or schoolroom with a warder. At night they should sleep in a dormitory with a night warder to look after them. They should be allowed exercise for at least 3 hours a day. The dark, badly ventilated, ill-smelling prison cells are dreadful for a child, dreadful indeed for anyone. One is always breathing bad air in prison. The food given to children should consist of tea and bread and butter and soup. Prison soup is very good and wholesome. A resolution of the House of Commons could settle the treatment of children in half an hour. I hope you will use your influence to have this done. The way that children are treated at present is really an outrage on humanity and common sense. It comes from stupidity. Let me draw attention now to another terrible thing that goes on in English prisons. Indeed, in prisons all over the world where the system of silence and cellular confinement is practiced. I refer to the large number of men who become insane or weak-minded in prison. In convict prisons this is, of course, quite common, but in ordinary jails also, such as that in which I was confined in, it is to be found. About 3 months ago I noticed amongst the prisoners who took exercise with me a young man who seemed to be silly or half-witted. Every prison, of course, has its half-witted clients who return again and again, and may be said to live in the prison. But this young man struck me as being more than usually half-witted on account of his silly grin and idiotic laughter to himself, and the peculiar restlessness of his eternally twitching hands. He was noticed by all the other prisoners on account of the strangeness of his conduct. From time to time he did not appear at exercise, which showed me that he was being punished by confinement in his cell. Finally I discovered that he was under observation and being watched night and day by warders. When he did appear at exercise he always seemed hysterical, and used to walk round crying or laughing. At chapel he had to sit right under the observation of 2 warders who carefully watched him all the time. Sometimes he would bury his head in his hands, an offence against the chapel regulations, and his head would be immediately struck up by a warder, so that he should keep his eyes fixed permanently in the direction of the communion table. Sometimes he would cry, not making any disturbance, but with tears streaming down his face and a hysterical throbbing in the throat. Sometimes he would grin idiot-like to himself and make faces. He was on more than one occasion sent out of chapel to his cell, and of course he was continually punished. As the bench on which I used to sit in chapel was directly behind the bench at the end of which this unfortunate man was placed, I had full opportunity of observing him. I also saw him, of course, at exercise continually, and I saw that he was becoming insane, and was being treated as if he was shamming. On Saturday week last I was in my cell at about 1 o'clock, occupied in cleaning and polishing the tins I had been using for dinner. Suddenly I was startled by the prison silence being broken by the most horrible and revolting shrieks, or rather howls, for at first I thought some animal like a bull or a cow was being unskilfully slaughtered outside the prison walls. I soon realized, however, that the howls proceeded from the basement of the prison, and I knew that some wretched man was being flogged. I need not say how hideous and terrible it was for me, and I began to wonder who it was who was being punished in this revolting manner. Suddenly it dawned upon me that they might be flogging this unfortunate lunatic. My feelings on the subject need not be chronicled. They have nothing to do with the question. The next day, Sunday 16th, I saw the poor fellow at exercise, his weak, ugly, wretched face bloated by tears and hysteria almost beyond recognition. He walked in the centre ring along with the old men, the beggars and the lame people, so that I was able to observe him the whole time. It was my last Sunday in prison, a perfectly lovely day, the finest day we had had the whole year, and there, in the beautiful sunlight, walked this poor creature, made once in the image of God. grinning like an ape and making with his hands the most fantastic gestures, as though he was playing in the air on some invisible stringed instrument, or arranging and dealing counters in some curious game. All the while these hysterical tears, without which none of us ever saw him, were making soiled runnels on his white, swollen face. The hideous and deliberate grace of his gestures made him like an antic. He was a living grotesque. The other prisoners all watched him, and not one of them smiled. Everybody knew what had happened to him, and that he was being driven insane, was insane already. After half an hour he was ordered in by the warder, and, I suppose, punished. At least he was not at exercise on Monday, though I think I caught sight of him at the corner of the stone yard, walking in charge of a warder. On the Tuesday, my last day in prison, I saw him at exercise. He was worse than before, and again was sent in. Since then I know nothing of him, but I found out from one of the prisoners who walked with me at exercise that he had 24 lashes in the cook-house on Saturday afternoon by order of the visiting justices on the report of the doctor. The howls that had horrified us all were his. This man is undoubtedly becoming insane. Prison doctors have no knowledge of mental disease of any kind. They are, as a class, ignorant men. The pathology of the mind is unknown to them. When a man grows insane, they treat him as shamming. They have him punished again and again. Naturally, the man becomes worse. When ordinary punishments are exhausted, the doctor reports the case to the justices. The result is flogging. Of course, the flogging is not done with a cat of nine tails. It is what is called birching. The instrument is a rod, but the result on the wretched half-witted man may be imagined. His number is, or was, A211. I also managed to find out his name. It is Prince. Something should be done at once for him. He is a soldier, and his sentence is one of court-martial. The term is 6 months. 3 have yet to run. May I ask you to use your influence to have this case examined into, and to see that the lunatic prisoner is properly treated? No report by the medical commissioners is of any avail. It is not to be trusted. The medical inspectors do not seem to understand the difference between the entire absence of a function or organ and the diseases of a function or organ. This man, A211, will, I have no doubt, be able to tell his name, the nature of his offence, the day of the month, the date of the beginning and expiration of his sentence, and answer any ordinary simple question. But that his mind is diseased admits of no doubt. At present it is a horrible duel between himself and the doctor. The doctor is fighting for a theory, the man is fighting for his life. I am anxious that the man should win. But let the whole case be examined into by experts who understand brain disease, and by people of humane feelings who have still some common sense and some pity. There is no reason that the sentimentalist should be asked to interfere. He always does harm. He culminates at his starting point. His end, as his origin, is an emotion. The case is a special instance of the cruelty inseparable from a stupid system. For the present governor of Reading is a man of gentle and humane character, greatly liked and respected by all the prisoners. He was appointed in July last, and though he cannot alter the rules of the prison system, he has altered the spirit in which they used to be carried out under his predecessor. He is very popular with the prisoners and with the warders. Indeed, he has quite elevated the whole tone of the prison life. Upon the other hand, the system is of course beyond his reach as far as altering its rules is concerned. I have no doubt that he sees daily much of what he knows to be unjust, stupid, and cruel, but his hands are tied. Of course I have no knowledge of his real views of the case of A211, nor indeed of any of his views on our present system. I merely judge him by the complete change he brought about in Reading Prison. Under his predecessor the system was carried out with the greatest harshness and stupidity. I remain, sir, your obedient servant, Oscar Wilde. France, May 27th, 1897. End of Children in Prison and Other Cruelties of Prison Life by Oscar Wilde.
Declaration of the National Anti-Slavery Convention. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Declaration of the National Anti-Slavery Convention by William Lloyd Garrison. The convention, assembled in the city of Philadelphia to organize a National Anti-Slavery Society, promptly seized the opportunity to promulgate the following declaration of sentiments, as cherished by them in relation to the enslavement of 1/6 portion of the American people. More than 57 years has elapsed since a band of patriots convened in this place, to devise measures for the deliverance of this country from a foreign yoke. The cornerstone upon which is founded the temple of freedom was broadly this, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. At the sound of that trumpet call, 3 millions of people rose up as from sleep of death, and rushed to the strife of blood, deeming it more glorious to die instantly as freemen than desirable to live 1 hour as slaves. They were few in number, poor in resources, but the honest conviction that truth, justice, and right were on their side made them invincible. We have met together for the achievement of an enterprise, without which that of our fathers is incomplete, and which, for its magnitude, solemnity, and probable results upon the destiny of the world, as far as transcends theirs, as moral truth does physical force. In purity of motive, in earnestness of zeal, in decision of purpose, in intrepidity of action, in steadfastness of faith, in sincerity of spirit, we would not be inferior to them. Their principles led them to wage war against their oppressors, and to spill human blood like water in order to be free. Ours forbids the doing of evil that good may come, and lead us to reject and to entreat the oppressed to reject the use of all carnal weapons for deliverance from bondage, relying solely upon those which are spiritual and mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. Their measures were physical resistance, the marshalling in arms, the hostile array, the mortal encounter. Ours are such only as the oppression of moral purity to moral corruption, the destruction of error by the potency of truth, the overthrow of prejudice by the power of love, and the abolition of slavery by the spirit of repentance. Their grievances, great as they were trifling in comparison with the wrongs and sufferings of those for whom we plead. Our fathers were never slaves, never bought and sold like cattle, never shut out from the light of knowledge and religion, never subjected to the last of brutal taskmasters. But those for whose emancipation we are striving, constituting at the present time at least 1/6 part of our countrymen, are recognized by the laws and treated by their fellow beings as marketable commodities, as goods and chattels, as brute beasts, are plundered daily of the fruits of their toil without redress, really enjoy no constitutional nor legal protection from licentious and murderous outrages upon their persons, are ruthlessly torn asunder, the tender babe from the arms of its frantic mother, the heartbroken wife from her weeping husband, at the caprice or pleasure of irresponsible tyrants, and, for the crime of having dark complexion, suffer the pangs of hunger, the infliction of stripes, and the ignominy of brutal servitude. They are kept in heathenish darkness by laws expressly enacted to make their instruction a criminal offense. These are the prominent circumstances in the condition of more than 2 millions of our people, the proof of which may be found in thousands of indisputable facts, and in the laws of the slave-holding states. Hence we maintain, that in view of the civil and religious privileges of this nation, the guilt of oppression is unequaled by any other on the face of the earth, and therefore, that it is bound to repent instantly, to undo the heavy burden, to break every yoke, and to let the oppressed go free. We further maintain, that no man has a right to enslave or imbrute his brother, to hold or acknowledge him, for one moment, as a piece of merchandise, to keep back his hire by fraud, or to brutalize his mind by denying him the means of intellectual, social, and moral improvement. The right to enjoy liberty is inalienable, To invade it is to usurp the prerogative of Jehovah. Every man has a right to his own body, to the products of his own labor, to the protection of the law, and to the common advantages of society. It is piracy to buy or steal a native African and subject him to servitude. Surely this sin is as great to enslave an American as an African. Therefore we believe and affirm that there is no difference in principle between the African slave trade and American slavery. That every American citizen who retains a human being in involuntary bondage is, according to Scripture, a man-stealer. That the slaves ought instantly to be set free, and brought under the protection of the law. That if they had lived from the time of Pharaoh down to the present period, and had been entailed through successive generations, their right to be free could never have been alienated, but their claims would have constantly risen in solemnity. That all those laws which are now in force, admitting the right of slavery, are therefore before God utterly null and void, being an audacious usurpation of the divine prerogative, a daring infringement on the law of nature, a base overthrow of the very foundations of the social compact, a complete extinction of all the relations, endearments, and obligations of mankind, and a presumptuous transgression of all the holy commandments, and that therefore they ought to be instantly abrogated. We further believe and affirm that all persons of color who possess the qualifications which are demanded of others ought to be admitted forthwith to the enjoyment of the same privileges and the exercise of the same prerogatives as others, and that the paths of preferment, of wealth, of intelligence, should be opened as widely to them as to persons of a white complexion. We maintain that no compensation should be given to the planters emancipating their slaves, because it would be a surrender of the great fundamental principle that man cannot hold property in man, because slavery is a crime, and therefore it is not an article to be sold, because the holders of slaves are not the just proprietors of what they claim. Freeing the slaves is not depriving them of property, but restoring it to the right owner. It is not wronging the master, but righting the slave, restoring him to himself. Because immediate and general emancipation would only destroy nominal, not real property, it would not amputate a limb or break a bone of the slaves, but by infusing motives into their breasts, would make them doubly valuable to the masters as free laborers. And because if compensation is to be given at all, it should be given to the outraged and guiltless slaves, and not those who have plundered and abused them. We regard as delusive, cruel, and dangerous any scheme of expatriation which pretends to aid, either directly or indirectly, in the emancipation of the slaves, or to be a substitute for the immediate and total abolition of slavery. We fully and unanimously recognize the sovereignty of each state, to legislate exclusively on the subject of the slavery which is tolerated within its limits. We concede that Congress, under the present national compact, has no right to interfere with any of the slave states in relation to this monumentous subject. But we maintain that Congress has a right, and is solemnly bound, to suppress the domestic slave trade between the several states, and to abolish slavery in those portions of our territory which the Constitution has placed under its exclusive jurisdiction. We also maintain that there are, at the present time, the highest obligations resting upon the people of the free states, to remove slavery by moral and political action, as prescribed in the Constitution of the United States. They are now living under the pledge of tremendous physical force to fasten the galling fetters of tyranny upon the limbs of millions in the southern states. They are liable to be called at any moment to suppress a general insurrection of the slaves. They authorize the slave owner to vote for 3/5 of his slaves as property, and thus enable him to perpetuate his oppression. They support a standing army at the South for its protection, and they seize the slave who has escaped into their territories, and send him back to be tortured by an enraged master or a brutal driver. This relation to slavery is criminal and full of danger. It must be broken up. These are our views and principles. These our designs and measures. With entire confidence in the overruling justice of God, we plant ourselves upon the Declaration of Independence and upon the truths of divine revelation as upon everlasting rock. We shall organize anti-slavery societies, if possible, in every city, town, and village of our land. We shall send forth agents to lift up the voice of remonstrance, of warning, of entreaty, and rebuke. We shall circulate unsparingly and extensively anti-slavery tracts and periodicals. We shall enlist the pulpit and the press in the cause of the suffering and the dumb. We shall aim at a purification of the churches from all participation in the guilt of slavery. We shall encourage the labor of free men over that of slaves, by giving a preference to their productions. And we shall spare no exertions nor means to bring the whole nation to speedy repentance. Our trust for victory is solely in God. We may be personally defeated, but our principles never. Truth, justice, reason, humanity must and will gloriously triumph. Already a host is coming up to help the Lord against the mighty, and the prospect before us is full of encouragement. Submitting this declaration to the candid examination of people of this country, and to the friends of liberty all over the world, we hereby affix our signatures to it, pledging ourselves that, under the guidance and by the help of Almighty God, we will do all that in us lies, consistently with this declaration of our principles, to overthrow the most execrable system of slavery that has ever been witnessed upon earth, to deliver our land from its deadliest curse, to wipe out the foulest stain which rests upon our national escutcheon, and to secure the colored population of the United States all the rights and privileges which belong to them as men and as Americans. Come what may to our persons, our interest, or our reputations, whether we live to witness the triumph of justice, liberty, and humanity, or perish untimely as martyrs in this great, benevolent, and holy cause. End of Declaration of the National Anti-Slavery Convention by William Lloyd Garrison.
T.F. Boyesen on Grundtvig and Kierkegaard, from the Intellectual Repository for the New Church, 1863. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Haugesund per Drammen, Norway, April 23, 1863. Dear Sir, regarding the affairs of the Church, we have this year suffered a disappointment. To this session of our House of Representatives, the government has sent a project of law, by which the government officers, the theologians of course exempted, should have the right to belong to whatever Christian denomination they pleased. Among the advocates of the measure were almost all the members of the intelligent classes, and amongst the most earnest the representatives of the clergy, except one or two. Had the project required only a majority, it would have become law, but as the Constitution requires for such measures the votes of 2/3 of the members, it failed for want of a few votes, the peasantry being chiefly against it. But of its future success we have reason to entertain good hopes, for though life moves slowly with us, the attentive eye sees it progressing spiritually as well as naturally. One of the most remarkable appearances of our time is the change going on with the clergy of the Established Church. Their Protestantism consisted chiefly in opposing everything new, but this is much altered. Besides the part they took in the House of Representatives, they have come forward and warmly supported, through the press, the cause of religious liberty. 10 or 15 years ago we heard from the pulpit almost nothing but faith, and those who did not agree with them were made to feel their displeasure. Now many of them confess that the word is given as a means of acquiring goodness, or love to the Lord and the neighbor, to which faith is a means. That something in the doctrines of the Church is wrong is more and more felt amongst them. We are groping in a thick wood, but we dare hope that a Holy Spirit will lead us to the truth, said a clergyman to me. In a conversation with a theologian, I presented the views of the new Church concerning the sacraments. After quietly listening to me, he said, "Something of that kind has really been foreshadowed in my mind." And another clergyman admitted the correspondences between natural and spiritual things. May we not herein see the increased influence in the spiritual world as its numbers are increased for the Church? But it is also gratifying to perceive how even those who know not the genuine truth must work for the fulfillment of the Lord's merciful ends. As such, I think that two celebrated Danes, though in very different respects, have a prominent place. The one is a yet living, gifted clergyman and poet, Severin Grundtvig. As a man of strong intellect, he cannot be satisfied with anything in which he does not find some real spiritual life. And for want of a key given us by Swedenborg, he has fallen into the error of undervaluing the letter of the Old Testament, together with other essential parts of the Word. He has therefore vigorously assailed the literal thraldom of the Church. Admired as a great genius and an eloquent minister, and venerated as a pious Christian, it may not appear strange to us that he has gained a respectable party amongst the laity and clergy both in Denmark and here, among whom are many gifted men proclaiming with youthful enthusiasm the spirituality of the Bible, without, however, having the key to unlock its hidden treasures. Still, though on a wrong track, we cannot overlook the good to which the movement may lead, as it opens the eyes of the people to the necessity of a spiritual sense of the Word, and another key to it than the vague notions of men. But more positively in the service of truth has Søren Kierkegaard worked. I feel my inability to give a correct idea of the rich authorship of this champion of Christianity, who has found a better conductor to the truth than the philosophers of our time. Having long lost sight of his writings, it is with distrust I attempt to give a sketch of them. The intelligent classes in Denmark and Norway have long and painfully felt the deficiency of the established religion to satisfy their spiritual wants. They were looking in vain for a word that would solve the problems of life. Then sounded a voice through Europe. The spirit of the times rules the world. And to think is to be. Yes, this must be the truth, was re-echoed from thousands of hearts. The great Hegel has said it. All rejoiced. Broken forever is the chain of the Church. The schools of science are the right churches. The thought is the true Messias. That man who dares contradict this has no right to be called a man, for he is only a brute. From even the pulpit these new dogmas were taught and explained, and the Word interpreted according to them. But they were not long to remain in the uninterrupted enjoyment of this. While all appeared glad and happy, at once the flood of writings fell on the public. Either or, fear and tremor, the reiteration, the idea of dread, the proviso, philosophic crumbs, states of life, postscript to philosophic crumbs, and some others. With great erudition, psychological acuteness, remarkable dialectical and logical power, with almost unequalled command of language, together with a great amount of Christian experience, they uncover the dark recesses of the human heart, and throw light therein from the Holy Word. Following the philosophers of our time, step by step, they show the psychological consequences of the new doctrines, and after having in this way shown what Christianity is not, in his book entitled Works of Love, he explains what it really is. And the man who had the courage to step forward in this way was candidate in theology and magi philosophae, Søren Abbe Kierkegaard. But at the same time that he directed a powerful blow against the philosophers, he did not forget the deficiencies of the Church, having in a multitude of sermons laid them open to view. On account of this, we thought to have found in him a new church brother, but a thorough perusal of his writings has altered our opinions. Being a light, he has, however, had, and still more will in future have, a beneficial influence upon his countrymen, having taught them what the essentials of Christianity are, and in this way prepared a new era for the Church, an opinion even entertained amongst the clergy themselves. Speaking once with a gifted clergyman about him, he remarked, "He has commenced a new epoch in the Church, but in what direction it tends we don't understand. The future can only solve this problem." This, from their point of view, is perfectly true. Having shown what Christianity is, without rectifying the wrong ideas concerning the Lord and his atonement, Kierkegaard necessarily comes in contradiction with himself, and this weak side his opponents have not overlooked. Thus, notwithstanding there is too much of real life in his works to be wholly overlooked, earnest Christians regard him as John the Baptist was looked upon, as a precursor of a greater light. In these facts I account for the tolerance prevalent among the clergy in these times. Doubts painful to the earnest have seized all classes of intelligent minds. For years we have been accustomed to devour all kinds of German theology having the stamp of orthodox Lutheranism, and now they stand almost unsold on the shelves of the booksellers, the people having become disgusted with them, and in their place we now find, in increasing numbers, translations of English sermons, for instance, of the Baptist Prescott. The first time my eye fell upon that name, my heart beat for joy, thinking the work to be from the pen of a new church minister that had found its way here. But I was soon convinced of my mistake. In hopes of better times, my brother, Captain C. Boyesen, has translated a good many sermons of Prescott Hiller's, and I some of Noble's and Dr. Bailey's. But we have not been able to get them published for want of the necessary means. But for these sermons to do much good, we need first of all the writings of Swedenborg translated in our language, and if possible in our country. We trust in the Lord that this may be granted us. For many years we have been longing for a man who with the necessary qualifications would sacrifice himself for the truth's sake. This hope now appears to be gratified. Our brother, H. Boyesen, having for more than 10 years diligently studied the writings of the Church, is now expected home after a stay of 4 years in America, England, and France, in order to profit by intercourse with prominent men of the Church. May his future use be in proportion to his personal sacrifices and devotedness to our cause. With my kindest regards to all friends, I remain, dear sir, very truly yours, T.F. Boyesen. End of T.F. Boyesen on Grundtvig and Kierkegaard, from the Intellectual Repository for the New Church, 1863.
Chapter 6 of Flying Machine Construction and Operation by W. J. Jackman and Thomas H. Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6. Learning to Fly. Don't be too ambitious at the start. Go slow and avoid unnecessary risks. At its best, there is an element of danger in aviation which cannot be entirely eliminated, but it may be greatly reduced and minimized by the use of common sense. Theoretically, the proper way to begin a glide is from the top of an incline, facing against the wind, so that the machine will soar until the attraction of gravitation draws it gradually to the ground. This is the manner in which experienced aviators operate, but it must be kept in mind that these men are experts. They understand air currents, know how to control the action and direction of their machines by shifting the position of their bodies, and by so doing avoid accidents which would be unavoidable by a novice. Begin on level ground. Make your first flights on level ground, having a couple of men assist you in getting the apparatus under headway. Take your position in the center rectangle, back far enough to give the forward edges of the glider an inclination to tilt upward very slightly. Now, start and run forward at a moderately rapid gait, one man at each end of the glider assisting you. As the glider cuts into the air, the wind will catch under the uplifted edges of the curved planes and buoy it up so that it will rise in the air and take you with it. This rise will not be great, just enough to keep you well clear of the ground. Now, project your legs a little to the front, so as to shift the center of gravity a trifle and bring the edges of the glider on an exact level with the atmosphere. This, with the momentum acquired in the start, will keep the machine moving forward for some distance. Effect of body movements. When the weight of the body is slightly back of the center of gravity, the edges of the advancing planes are tilted slightly upward. The glider in this position acts as a scoop, taking in the air which, in turn, lifts it off the ground. When a certain altitude is reached, this varies with the force of the wind, the tendency to a forward movement is lost, and the glider comes to the ground. It is to prolong the forward movement as much as possible that the operator shifts the center of gravity slightly, bringing the apparatus on an even keel, as it were, by lowering the advancing edges. This done, so long as there is momentum enough to keep the glider moving, it will remain afloat. If you shift your body well forward, it will bring the front edges of the glider down and elevate the rear ones. In this way, the air will be spilled out at the rear, and having lost the air support or buoyancy, the glider comes down to the ground. A few flights will make any ordinary man proficient in the control of his apparatus by his body movements, not only as concerns the elevating and depressing of the advancing edges, but also actual steering. You will quickly learn, for instance, that, as the shifting of the body weight backwards and forwards affects the upward and downward trend of the planes, so a movement sideways, to the left or the right, affects the direction in which the glider travels. Ascends at an angle. In ascending, the glider and flying machine, like the bird, makes an angular, not a vertical flight. Just what this angle of ascension may be is difficult to determine. It is probable, and in fact altogether likely, that it varies with the force of the wind, weight of the rising body, power of propulsion, etc. This, in the language of physicists, is the angle of inclination, and, as a general thing, under normal conditions, still air, should be put down as about 1 in 10, or 5 3/4 degrees. This would be an ideal condition, but it has not, as yet, been reached. The force of the wind affects the angle considerably, as does also the weight and velocity of the apparatus. In general practice, the angle varies from 23 to 45 degrees. At more than 45 degrees, the supporting effort is overcome by the resistance to forward motion. Increasing the speed or propulsive force tends to lessen the angle at which the machine may be successfully operated because it reduces the wind pressure. Most of the modern flying machines are operated at an angle of 23 degrees or less. Maintaining an equilibrium. Stable equilibrium is one of the main essentials to successful flight, and this cannot be preserved in an uncertain gusty wind, especially by an amateur. The novice should not attempt a glide unless the conditions are just right. These conditions are a clear, level space, without obstructions such as trees, etc., and a steady wind of not exceeding 12 miles an hour. Always fly against the wind. When a reasonable amount of proficiency in the handling of the machine on level ground has been acquired, the field of practice may be changed to some gentle slope. In starting from a slope, it will be found easier to keep the machine afloat. But the experience at first is likely to be very disconcerting to a man of less than iron nerve. As the glider sails away from the top of the slope, the distance between him and the ground increases rapidly until the aviator thinks he is up 100 miles in the air. If he will keep cool, manipulate his apparatus so as to preserve its equilibrium and let nature take its course, he will come down gradually and safely to the ground at a considerable distance from the starting place. This one advantage of starting from an elevation: your machine will go further. But if the aviator becomes rattled, if he loses control of his machine, serious results including a bad fall with risk of death, are almost certain. And yet, this practice is just as necessary as the initial lessons on level ground. When judgment is used, and haste made slowly, there is very little real danger. While experimenting with gliders, the Wrights made flights innumerable under all sorts of conditions, and never had an accident of any kind. Effects of wind currents. The larger the machine, the more difficult it will be to control its movements in the air. And yet, enlargement is absolutely necessary as weight, in the form of motor, rudder, etc., is added. Air currents near the surface of the ground are diverted by every obstruction unless the wind is blowing hard enough to remove the obstruction entirely. Take, for instance, the case of a tree or shrub in a moderate wind from 10 to 12 miles an hour. As the wind strikes the tree, it divides, part going to one side and part going to the other, while still another part is directed upward and goes over the top of the obstruction. This makes the handling of a glider on an obstructed field difficult and uncertain. To handle a glider successfully, the place of operation should be clear and the wind moderate and steady. If it is gusty, postpone your flight. In this connection, it will be well to understand the velocity of the wind and what it means, as shown in the following table.
10 miles per hour equals 14.7 feet per second, with a pressure of 0.492 per square foot. 25 miles per hour equals 36.7 feet per second, with a pressure of 3.075 per square foot. 50 miles an hour equals 73.3 feet per second, with a pressure of 12.300 per square foot. 100 miles per hour equals 146.6 feet per second, with a pressure of 49.200 per square foot.
Pressure of wind increases in proportion to the square of the velocity. Thus, wind at 10 miles an hour has 4 times the pressure of wind at 5 miles an hour. The greater this pressure, the larger and heavier the object which can be raised. Any boy who has had experience in flying kites can testify to this. High winds, however, are almost invariably gusty and uncertain as to direction, and this makes them dangerous for aviators. It is also a self-evident fact that, beyond a certain stage, the harder the wind blows, the more difficult it is to make headway against it. Launching device for gliders. On page 195 will be found a diagram of the various parts of a launcher for gliders, designed and patented by Mr. Octave Chanute. In describing this invention in aeronautics, Mr. Chanute says, "In practicing, the track, preferably portable, is generally laid in the direction of the existing wind, and the car, preferably a light platform car, is placed on the track. The truck carrying the winding drum and its motor is placed to windward a suitable distance, say from 200 to 1,000 feet, and is firmly blocked or anchored in line with the portable track, which is preferably 80 or 100 feet in length. The flying or gliding machine to be launched with its operator is placed on the platform car at the leeward end of the portable track. The line, which is preferably a flexible combination of wire and cord cable, is stretched between the winding drum on the track and detachably secured to the flying or gliding machine, preferably by means of a trip hoop, or else held in the hand of the operator, so that the operator may readily detach the same from the flying machine when the desired height is attained. How the glider is started. Then, upon a signal given by the operator, the engineer at the motor puts it into operation, gradually increasing the speed until the line is wound upon the drum at a maximum speed of, say, 30 miles an hour. The operator of the flying machine, whether he stands upright and carries it on his shoulders, or whether he sits or lies down prone upon it, adjusts the aeroplane or carrying surfaces so that the wind shall strike them on the top and press downward instead of upward until the platform car, under action of the winding drum and line, attains the required speed. When the operator judges that his speed is sufficient, and this depends upon the velocity of the wind as well as that of the car moving against the wind, he quickly causes the front of the flying machine to tip upward, so that the relative wind striking on the underside of the planes, or carrying surfaces, shall lift the flying machine into the air. It then ascends like a kite to such height as may be desired by the operator, who then trips the hook and releases the line from the machine. What the operator does. The operator, now being free in the air, has a certain initial velocity imparted by the winding drum and line, and also a potential energy corresponding to his height above the ground. If the flying or gliding machine is provided with a motor, he can utilize that in his further flight, and if it is a simple gliding machine without motor, he can make a descending flight through the air to such distance as corresponds to the velocity acquired and the height gained, steering meanwhile by the devices provided for that purpose. The simplest operation or maneuver is to continue the flight straight ahead against the wind. But it is possible to vary this course to the right or left, or even to return in downward flight with the wind to the vicinity of the starting point. Upon nearing the ground, the operator tips upward his carrying surfaces and stops his headway upon the cushion of increased air resistance so caused. The operator is in no way permanently fastened to his machine, and the machine and the operator simply rest upon the light platform car, so that the operator is free to rise with the machine from the car whenever the required initial velocity is attained. Motor for the launcher. The motor may be of any suitable kind or construction, but is preferably an electric or gasoline motor. The winding drum is furnished with any suitable or customary reversing guide to cause the line to wind smoothly and evenly upon the drum. The line is preferably a cable composed of flexible wire and having a cotton or other cord core to increase its flexibility. The line extends from the drum to the flying or gliding machine. Its free end may, if desired, be grasped and held by the operator until the flying machine ascends to the desired height, when, by simply letting go of the line, the operator may continue his flight free. The line, however, is preferably connected to the flying or gliding machine directly by a trip hook, having a handle or trip lever within reach of the operator, so that when he ascends to the required height, he may readily detach the line from the flying or gliding machine. End of Learning to Fly by W.J. Jackman and Thomas H. Russell. Read by Scott Danneker, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. www.zeppelfart.com.
Letter from Bertrand Russell by Bertrand Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Landon D.C. Elkind at the University of Iowa in Iowa City, Iowa. Letter from Bertrand Russell. To the editors of the Journal of Philosophy, Psychology, and Scientific Methods. In a quotation from the Athenaeum, printed in this journal, footnote 1, volume 12, page 308, end of footnote 1, I am represented as having said, quote, "There may be perspectives where there are no minds, but we cannot know anything of what sort of perspectives they may be, for the sense datum is mental." End of quote. I did not see the Athenaeum, and do not remember what I said, but it cannot have been what I am reported as having said, for I hold strongly that the sense datum is not mental. Indeed, my whole philosophy of physics rests upon the view that the sense datum is purely physical. The fact of being a datum is mental, but a particular which is a datum is not logically dependent upon being a datum. A particular which is a datum does, however, appear to be causally dependent upon sense organs and nerves and brain. Since we carry those about with us, we cannot discover what sensibilia, if any, belong to perspectives from places where there is no brain. And since a particular of which we are aware is a sense datum, we cannot be aware of particulars which are not sense data, and can, therefore, have no empirical evidence as to their nature. This is merely the egocentric predicament. It is a tautology, not a great truth. It is for this reason, and not because sense data are mental, that we cannot know the nature of those perspectives, if any, which belong to places where there are no minds. I do not know what is the definition of mental. In order to obtain a definition, I should first inquire what would necessarily be removed from the world if it were what one would naturally call a world without mind. I see no reason why colours or noises should be removed, but facts which involve such relations as perceiving, remembering, desiring, enjoying, believing, would necessarily be removed. This suggests that no particulars of which we have experience are to be called mental, but that certain facts involving certain relations constitute what is essentially mental in the world of our experience. I use the word fact to designate that which makes a proposition true or false. It includes, I think, everything in the world except what is simple. The term mental, therefore, will be applicable to all facts involving such relations as those enumerated above. This is not yet a definition, since obviously these relations all have some common characteristic, and it must be this characteristic which will yield the proper definition of the term mental. But I do not know what this characteristic is. Very truly yours, B. Russell. Trinity College, Cambridge, June 7, 1915. End of letter from Bertrand Russell. By Bertrand Russell.
Linen rag paper from Typographia and Historical Sketch of the Origin and Progress of the Art of Printing, 1825, by Thomas Curson Hansard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The inventor of linen rag paper, whoever he was, is entitled to the gratitude of posterity who are enjoying the advantages of the discovery. The art of printing would have been comparatively of little importance without having the means of procuring a proper material to receive the impressions. While the papyrus was the only kind of paper, it was impossible to have procured it in sufficient quantities to have made large editions of books, without which the great bulk of mankind would have forever retained the ignorant barbarity of the Dark Ages. The cotton paper, though an improvement, was but a rude and coarse article, unfit for any of the nice purposes to which paper is now applied. The perfection of the art of paper making consisted in finding a material which could be procured in sufficient quantities and would be easy of preparation. Of such is made the better kind of paper now in use, as, for instance, that upon which this work is printed, the manufacture of which we shall endeavor to describe. A more common or economical substance could not be conceived than the tattered remnants of our clothes, linen worn out and otherwise incapable of being applied to the least use, and of which the quantity every day increases. Nor could a more simple labor be imagined than a few hours' trituration by mills. The dispatch is so great that it has been observed by a French writer that 5 workmen in a mill may furnish sufficient paper for the continued labor of 3,000 transcribers. This was on the supposition of the process being conducted upon the old system of hand labor. But by the improved system of our modern mills, where the paper is produced in a constant and regular sheet by a curious machine, instead of the workmen making sheet by sheet separately, the quantity produced is infinitely greater. The operations of paper making, as they succeed each other, are as follows. First, the rags are washed, if requisite, and then sorted. 2. They are bleached to render them white, but this is sometimes deferred to another stage of the process. 3. They are ground with water in the washing engine till they are reduced to a coarse or imperfect pulp, called half stuff, in which state the bleaching is sometimes performed. At other times it is bleached in the engine. 4. The half stuff is ground in the beating engine, and water added in sufficient quantity to make a fine pulp, which being conveyed to 5. The vat, the sheets of paper are made by taking up a quantity of the pulp upon a mould of fine wire cloth, through which the water drains away, and the pulp coagulates into a sheet of paper. To take this off the wire is called couching. 6th. The sheet is put in a pile with many others, with a felt between each, and the whole is subjected to a strong pressure to press out the superfluous water. 7. The sheets are taken out, the felts removed, and the sheets of paper pressed again by themselves for a certain time. 8. The sheets are taken from the press and hung up, 5 or 6 together, to dry in the drying loft. 9. The paper is dipped into a tub of fine size and pressed to force out the superfluity, after which it is dried again. But in printing papers this process is rendered unnecessary by sizing the stuff whilst in the engine, by adding certain ingredients. 10. The paper now undergoes an examination of each individual sheet, and all knots and burrs are removed and bad sheets taken out, forming the cachie and retree. 11. The dry sheets are packed in a very large pile and pressed with a most immense force to render the sheets flat and smooth. 12. The paper is taken out, parted and pressed again. Parting means to take down the pile sheet by sheet and make another without turning the sheets over. By this means new surfaces are brought in contact with each other and the surface of the paper improved. 13. The paper is now finished and is counted into quires, folded and packed up in reams for market. The linen rags used for making paper, being collected by itinerant merchants, are purchased by wholesale dealers or rag merchants, who for the London trade separate them into 5 sorts of white rags, which they sell to the mills. They are denominated numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, according to their respective qualities. Number 1, called London Superfine, being all linen, the remains of fine cloth, which, not being so much worn as the coarsest sort, is used for making the finest paper. Number 5 is coarse canvas, which by bleaching may be brought to a good color, but will not make paper of the strength and fineness of the finer sorts. The next sort is rag bagging, a worse canvas, of which the bags are made for packing the rags. Colored rags are generally cotton of all colors except blue, which is selected for making blue paper only. Superfine paper for writing or fine printing can only be made from numbers 1, 2, and 3. Numbers 4 and 5 are appropriated for making an inferior paper called news, because used for newspapers. The colored rags are only used for the inferior papers. Woolen and silk rags are used for brown paper, but even for this purpose they should be mixed up with a large portion of coarse linen. Old paper may also serve for the same use, but the waste would be too considerable, whence it is rather reserved for pasteboard, in the manufacture of which the material is worked in less time, with less force, and with the same water. It will also lose much less. Besides, paper that has been once sized, though passed through boiling water, still gives the pulp a viscidity which ought to be guarded against. The rags, when first brought to the mill, if they are very dirty, as the coarse sorts generally are washed in hot water by a fulling mill, such as is used by dyers for washing cloth. The rags, being well dried, are, if they have not been previously sorted by the rag merchant, delivered to women to sort and scrape them. These women are disposed of in a large room full of old linen, seated 2 by 2 on benches with a large chest or box divided into 5 cases before them, for containing the 5 different sorts of rags as before mentioned. Each has a piece of pasteboard hung from her girdle and extended on her knees, upon which, with a long sharp knife, she unrips seams and stitches, and scrapes off all filth. Whatever can be used after being well shaken is distributed into the 3 cases according to the degree of fineness, and the women throw the rest at their feet. Those manufacturers who choose to be more exact in their sorting have 6 cases for 6 different sorts of rags: the superfine, the fine, the seams and stitches of the fine, the middling, the seams and stitches of the middling, and the coarse, without including the very coarse parts, which are reserved for making brown paper. Some manufacturers are persuaded that the labor of the sorters is never sufficiently exact, and think that the hems and seams should be kept apart, that the coarseness of the cloth should be considered, and that the cloth made of tow should be separated from that made of the longer slips, cloth of hemp from cloth of flax, and lastly, that the degree of wearing in the cloth should be attended to. For if rags which are almost new should be mixed with those that are much worn, the one will not be reduced to a pulp in the mill, whilst the other will be so attenuated as to be carried away by the water and pass through the hair strainer, and hence there must be a considerable waste in the work, a real loss to the manufacturer, and even to the beauty of the paper, for the particles already carried off are perhaps those which give it that smooth and velvet softness of which it is often deficient. This is not all, for the pulp of uneven tenuity produces those cloudy papers, wherein are seen by intervals parts more or less clear and more or less weak, occasioned by the flakes assembled on the mould in making the paper not being sufficiently tempered and diluted to incorporate with the more fluid parts. It would, therefore, be very advisable to have the different qualities of the cloths milled separately, as also the hems and threads of the stitching, because sewing thread, being never so much worn as that of the cloth, and being not so easy to be reduced, forms filaments in the paper. When the rags, unequally disposed for trituration, have been milled apart, then such different pulps may be mixed together without inconveniency, which will be found homogeneous, each having been worked during the time that was necessary, according to the state of the rag. Without this precaution, the finest particles will be always lost, and the quality of the paper will be altered by an excess of the coarsest. This great precaution in the sorting of rags is, of course, very expensive, but there is no doubt of its producing a total difference in the beauty of the paper without hurting its goodness. It will besides be attended with the advantage of mixing a pulp which is supposed to form the strength of the paper, with another that gives it softness and lustre, and thus these 2 qualities may be united which hitherto existed separately. The greatest modern improvement in paper making is the bleaching the rags. This enables the manufacturer to produce the finest paper, in point of color, from any kind of rags. He has therefore only to find such materials as will make a paper of a strong texture and a fine even surface, knowing he can produce color at pleasure. The bleaching is conducted in different methods, either bleaching the rags immediately after they are sorted, bleaching them in the state of half stuff, that is, after it has been once ground in the washing engine, or while they are in the engine. For the first of these methods Mr. Campbell had a patent in 1792. His method is very similar to the process of bleaching of cotton thread. The apparatus consists of a receiver or chamber made of wood to contain the rags to be bleached. It is of a cubical form, and the joints made air-tight. It is provided with several retorts, which, being filled with a mixture of manganese, with 2/3 of its quantity of sea salt, and a quantity of sulphuric acid equal to the salt, will, when moderately heated by a small sand bath furnace, throw into the receiver a gas which quickly discharges any color the rags may contain. The patentee directs that the rags should, before they are put into the receiver to be bleached, contain about their own weight of water. The superabundant water being pressed out, the rag should then be opened by a machine called by the cotton manufacturers a devil, or some machine of that nature. They are to be distributed in the receiver in layers, spread in frames so that they will not come in contact with each other, or the rags may be placed in the body of the receiver and have stirrers or agitators provided to expose every part of them to the action of the bleaching gas. After the process, which must be concluded as soon as ever the rags are sufficiently bleached, lest the gas should act upon and injure their quality, they are to be washed in water and will be ready for the mill. Here they are ground and reduced with water to a fine pulp till every individual fiber of the rag is separated. This is effected by a cylinder having a number of knives or cutters fixed upon it, parallel to its axis, and projecting about an inch from its circumference, which pass very close to other cutters exactly similar, fixed on a block, but not coming in contact with each other. The velocity with which the cylinder revolves draws the rags with which the trough is charged between the cutters on the cylinder and those on the block. By this they are cut or torn in pieces, and by being, by the same action of the cylinder, repeatedly thrown over the top of an inclined plane, passing over the cylinder and again falling under the action of the cutters till they are reduced to a pulp. The proper management of the rags while in the mill is a great part of the art of the paper manufacturer, and for this no rule can be given, as it wholly depends upon the material he has to work, and the article he intends to produce from it. For making superfine paper, the following may be described as the established system of manufacture for the London market. 100 weight of the best white rags, called No. 1, is put into the engine above described, and the cock opened to let a considerable stream of water run through it. The screw of the cylinder is adjusted to raise it up so that its teeth do not exactly touch the teeth of the block. The rags are not therefore cut, but rather rubbed in a violent manner, so as to open and expose every fiber to the action of the water, that it may carry off all dirt. This gentle washing continues for a quarter of an hour or 20 minutes, when the cylinder is laid down, that is, the screw is turned back till the cylinder is let down upon the cutters of the block, and rests its weight upon them. In this state they begin with a most tremendous noise and vibration to cut the rags into pieces. This is continued for about 4 hours, by which time the engine will come to work very steadily and with less noise, because the rags are cut into pieces and chopped up very much, though not yet reduced to a pulp. The bleaching now commences, if it has not been done in the first stage upon the rags. To bleach the stuff in the engine, they stop the water from running in or out, and throw into the engine a quantity of bleaching salt or muriate of lime. For fine rags, 1 or 2 pounds, more or less, are used according to circumstances. In this state the engine is worked about an hour for the bleaching. During this time the rags lose their color, but this does not color the water, though it is rendered rather white and milky by the salt. The very best rags, when first put into the engine, are of a very yellow and dirty color, but they become by the bleaching a very perfect snow white. The cylinder is usually raised up a very little during the bleaching, which being concluded, the water cock is opened again, and the washing continued about an hour to wash the salt away. This concludes the operation, and the half stuff, as the rags are now called, is let off into a basket, which suffers the water to drain through it. Or, if the manufacture is proceeding with dispatch, and everything is ready, it is let off into the beating engine at once. Here the stuff is worked for about 5 hours, with a sufficient quantity of water to make a pulp. In this affair great judgment is required, as it materially influences the quality of the paper. The water is not suffered to run through the beater, as in the other engines. The only difference between the 2 engines is the firmness of their teeth. The cylinder of the washer has 20 grooves in it, each containing 2 bars or teeth, but the beater has 3 in each, so as to have 60 teeth in all. The beater is made to turn with a greater velocity than the other, the pinion which turns the beater having only 20 teeth, while the other has 22. This greater velocity and number of teeth in the beater cause the strokes of the several knives passing by each other to be so rapid that they produce a coarse musical note or humming, which may be heard to a great distance from the mill, but the washer, being coarser and less rapid, produces the most horrible growling which can be conceived, and is so violent as to shake the whole building. In many small mills, which have only a local trade for the supply of the surrounding country, and where perhaps there is a deficiency of water, they only use 1 engine, both for washing and beating, as it will do for either purpose. But the mills near London, chiefly at Maidstone in Kent, which have the advantage of an immense power of water, have 2, 3, or even 5 engines. This great power is indispensably necessary to produce that great degree of velocity with which it is necessary the cylinder should revolve. The stuff, when finished, is conveyed to a general receptacle called the stuff chest, where it is kept till wanted to be made into paper, for the engines work day and night, though the making the paper, as it requires many workmen, is of course only carried on in the daytime. The implements employed in this department of the manufacture are as follows: the vat with its stirrer, the moulds and decals, the felts, the vat press, and another press similar to it for giving the paper a second pressure. The vat is made of wood in the form of a tub, and generally about 5 feet in diameter and 2½ in depth. It is kept at a proper temperature by means of a grate introduced at a hole in the side, and surrounded on the inside of the vat with a case of copper. For fuel to this grate, charcoal or wood is used, and frequently, to prevent smoke, the wall of the building comes in contact with one part of the vat, so that the fire has no communication with the place where they make the paper. Every vat is furnished on the upper part with planks, enclosed inwards, and even railed in with wood, to prevent any of the stuff from running over in the operation. Across the vat is a plank, pierced with holes at one of the extremities, and resting on the planks which surround the vat. This is used to rest the mold upon when a sheet of paper has been made. In different mills 2 methods are made use of to mix up the stuff and water with which the vat is filled, and to keep it in such an agitation as will prevent any coagulation or subsidence of the pulp, which would render the paper flaky and the different sheets of unequal thickness. In one, 2 instruments are employed to mix them, one of which is a simple pole, and the other a pole armed with a piece of board, rounded and full of holes. The operation of stirring is repeated as often as the stuff falls to the bottom. In the principal paper mills for making writing paper, they use for this purpose what is called a hog, which is a machine within the vat that by means of a small wheel on the outside is made to turn constantly round and keep the stuff in perpetual motion. When the stuff and water are properly mixed, it is easy to perceive whether the previous operations have been complete, for if the stuff floats close and in regular flakes, it is proof that it has been well worked in the engine. The mold is a square frame or box made of well-seasoned mahogany and covered at the top with wire. In the old way, the wires were disposed in parallel rows, with others across to strengthen them. This may be readily understood from the examination of a sheet of paper. But the modern paper is chiefly made upon wire woven in a manner similar to that of cloth. This wire cloth is made larger than the intended sheet of paper, and turned down over the sides of the frame. The size of the sheet is determined by a square frame of mahogany bound with brass. This, which is called the decal, is movable, and only held upon the mold frame by the workman grasping them together with both hands on the opposite sides, thus forming a shallow dish or mold in which a quantity of the pulp is taken up, which by the draining through of the water is left in a sheet upon the wire. This frame is necessary to retain the stuff, of which the paper is made, on the cloth. It must be exactly adapted to the wire cloth of the mold, otherwise the edges of the paper will be ragged and badly finished. The wire cloth of the frame is varied in proportion to the fineness of the paper and the nature of the stuff. The decal being removed, the sheet of paper may be taken up from the wire by applying the mold upon a piece of felt. It is then pressed with a felt between each sheet. The felts are pieces of woolen cloth spread over every sheet of paper, and upon which the sheets are laid to detach them from the wire of the mold. They prevent them from adhering together and imbibe part of the water with which the stuff is charged, and the whole of it is placed together under the action of the press. The 2 sides of the felt are differently raised. That to which the hair is longest is applied to the sheets which are laid down, and any alteration of this disposition would produce a change in the texture of the paper. The stuff of which the felts are made should be sufficiently strong to admit of being stretched exactly on the sheets without falling into folds, and at the same time sufficiently pliant to yield in any direction without injury to the wet paper. As the felts have to resist the reiterated efforts of the press, it appears necessary that the warp be made strong of combed wool and well twisted. On the other hand, as they have to imbibe a certain quantity of water and to retain it, it is necessary that the woof be of carded wool and drawn out into a slack thread. These are the utensils, together with the presses, which are used in the apartments where the sheets of paper are formed. 3 workmen are employed in the operation of making the paper, which they manage thus. The first, called the dipper, stands in a niche or hollow part of that kind of ledge or table which goes round the circumference of the vat. He holds the mold and decal in both hands as described above. Then, inclining it a little towards him, he dips it into the vat and brings it up again in a horizontal position. The superfluous part of the pulp flows over on all sides, and the quantity thought sufficient is shaken gently from the right to the left and up and down horizontally, until it is equally extended over the whole surface of the mold. These 2 motions are also accompanied by a slight shake that serves to fix and stop the sheet as the water drains through the wire, and then, the parts of the pulp uniting, the mold is immediately laid on the edge of the vat, the decal taken off, and the mold made to slide along the board which is laid across the vat to the part where the sheet is to be laid or taken off. This board, which is but 2 inches in breadth where the sheet is laid, is nothing more than a deal board, which runs along the length of the vat and is pierced with several holes at the broad extremity for letting the mold drain into the vat. The dipper, taking the decal off the first mold, places it immediately on the second, which is given him for dipping it immediately in its turn, and the second workman, called the coucher, taking the mold on the board that runs across the vat with the left hand, raises it gently and lays it in an inclined position against 1 or 2 small pins which are driven into the board on the edge of the vat. In this condition the mold remains 2 or 3 seconds of time for draining into the vat, whilst the coucher extends a felt on which he applies the mold to take off the sheet, which being done, he returns the mold to the dipper. These operations are performed in so short a time that 7 or 8 sheets of middling size can be made in a minute, but it would be advisable to proceed more slowly, as no doubt the paper would be better made and of a stronger consistence. The dipper should be attentive in distributing the matter on the mold to reinforce the corner he is to take hold of in raising and extending the sheets, for without this precaution he would break a great many. If he also takes up too much matter with his mold, if he does not equally extend it, or if he strikes his mold against the drainer, in all these cases the matter is accumulated in certain parts of the mold, which produces something like ridges in the paper, or if he lets the matter rest on the mold and does not distribute it immediately, there will be parts of unequal thickness. When the vat is too hot, the stretching out of the sheet will be ill performed, because the water evaporates too soon over the mold. Add to this, that in letting the matter run towards one of the edges, by not giving his arm a regular motion, he may form a feather-edged paper, which may likewise happen if he does not extend his stuff sufficiently, if the vat is too hot, if the fecula of the pulp is too crude and does not run well, if his arms are too stiff, and if he gives a bad shake, or if the mold is ill made. An indented sheet happens by not taking off the decal properly, or by the fault of the felts having stitches, seams, and selvages in them. In examining a sheet of paper before the light, a greater opacity is seen on both sides of each brass wire than towards the midst of the space. This thickness is occasioned by the pulp, which the motion of the mold could not distribute, being stopped by the wires, or the manicord that serves to string them. This defect is completely remedied by the improvement of weaving the wire of the mold like cloth. In order to avoid drops of water, which if they fall upon the paper will make disagreeable spots, the mold should be laid gently and raised readily, and as often as the coucher returns his mold to the drainer, he ought to be careful to shake his hands behind him, for without this precaution his fingers, which are wet, would drop upon the sheet already laid whilst he is covering it with the felt. If he is also too quick in laying, the air detained and compressed under the sheet occasions a bloating and makes some parts more clear than others. The coucher, having taken off the several sheets from the mold as fast as they are made, lays them one by one in a pile under the press, with the felt between each individual sheet, until they have in this manner made 6 quires of paper, which quantity is called a post, and contains 144 sheets. When the last sheet of the post is covered with the last felt, the workmen about the vat assist each other to submit the whole heap to the action of the press. They begin at first to press it with a middling lever, and afterwards with a lever 15 feet in length. This operation expresses the water, and thus gives the paper a strength which it did not possess before. The vestiges of the protuberances made by the wires of the mold are altogether flattened, and of consequence the hollows opposite to them disappear also. But the traces formed by the interstices of the wire, in consequence of their thickness, appear on both sides, and are rounded by the press. The business of the third workman, called the lifter, begins after the operation of the press, and consists in taking the sheets off the felts, for they are caused to adhere to them by the action of the press, and then making the sheets up in a second pile. But if the coucher works too fast, and the lifter finds himself hard pressed, he cannot stretch out his sheets exactly upon one another, so as to make a neat and compact pile. For this is very necessary to make the paper of a regular and equal thickness, when it is put under a second press, which is done as soon as several of the piles are completed and can be collected together, this second pressure being made with all the sheets in contact with each other, expresses a great quantity of water from the paper, and gives the sheets a very considerable strength. It also tends to take out those freckles on the surface of the sheets, which were occasioned by the impression of the felt, though it is necessary to have felts in the first pressure, because the paper is then so wet that it would be pressed into a solid mass if the sheets touched each other. The paper remains in the second press as long as it can, until another pile is made ready by the lifter, when it is taken out and the sheets carried to the drying house. When the sheets are very thin, and it is found after the second pressure that they are formed by a fecula which is still saturated with a great deal of water, so that they have little consistence, it is probable that the second press has so joined them to one another that it is difficult to separate them, and indeed they cannot well be taken off one by one without tearing a great number. But happily this separation, sheet by sheet, is not necessary for drying, so that 7 or 8 may be taken together, which is called forming the pages. Sometimes also a less number may do when the paper is of a large size, but never less than 3 sheets are hung up together. It is of more importance than we are at first aware of, that the sheets should remain, as it were, pasted several of them together. If they were single, and one by one, they would not resist the moisture of the size, yet this moisture is sufficient to facilitate the operation, and to hinder their separating when they are hung up to dry, they should be so placed that the pages may receive the wind in the surface and not in the sides and edges. The drying lofts are very extensive apartments, usually the upper parts of all the buildings of the mill. The sides are formed by laufer boards, which are a kind of lattice or boarding, which can be opened and shut to admit more or less air at pleasure. The The sheets are taken up upon a piece of wood like a T, and hung upon hair lines stretched across large horizontal wooden frames called tribbles, and then, as they are filled, are lifted up between upright posts to the top of the room, and retained by pegs put in the posts. Then another frame being filled, it is put up in its turn, and so on, till the loft is filled from top to bottom. Mr. Brahma has made an improvement on this method, which enables women or children to perform the business of the drying house instead of men, and adds considerable facility to the process of hanging and rehanging the sheets. Instead of using tribbles, he has a proper number of frames made of wood, mounted with leaves to represent so many frames or clothes horses, similar to those used by any common laundress, but of a length proportioned to the dimensions of the drying house, which may be divided into 2 or more rows, so as to leave room and proper aisles or passages for the convenience of the operators to hang and rehang the sheets, and the height of the frames may be equal or nearly equal to 1/2 the story in which they are fixed. They are stationed at proper distances from each other by means of upright posts with grooves fitted to the frames, so that each may slide vertically up and down by means of lines and pulleys affixed to each, just like sash windows that are double hung, so that while one of the frames is sliding up to touch the ceiling of the building with its upper edges, the alternate one may be depressed till its lower edge, or the paper which hangs upon it, may come nearly in contact with the floor. By this means children can reach to hang the paper, and can afterwards elevate the frames to their proper height in the loft. The paper, when dry, is carried to an apartment where it is sized. This is done by dipping each page, that is, each bundle of 34 or 35 sheets which have been dried together, into a vat containing a weak size. This is made from shreds and parings got from tanners, curriers, and parchment makers. All the putrefied parts and the lime are carefully separated from them, and they are enclosed in a kind of basket and let down by a rope and pulley into the cauldron. This is a late invention, and serves 2 valuable purposes. It makes it easy to draw out the pieces of leather when the size is extracted from them by boiling, or easy to return them into the boiler if the operation is not complete. When the glutinous substance is sufficiently extracted, it is allowed to settle for some time, and it is twice filtered before it is put into the vat where they dip the paper. Immediately before the operation, a certain quantity of alum is added to the size. The workman takes a handful of the sheets, smoothed and rendered as supple as possible, in his left hand, dips them into the vat, and holds them separate with his right, that they equally imbibe the size. After holding them above the vessel for a space of time, he seizes on the other side with his right hand, and again dips them into the vessel. When he has finished 10 or a dozen of these handfuls, they are submitted to the action of the press, from which the superfluous size is carried back into the vat by means of a small pipe. The vessel in which the paper is sized is sometimes made of copper, and furnished with a grate to give the size, when necessary, a due temperature, and a piece of thin board or felt is placed between every handful as they are laid on the table of the press. This method is denominated tub sizing. After the sheets are sized and pressed, they must be quickly separated from each other to prevent their adhering together, but it is to be observed that the size is an extremely weak solution, so that the sheets will be in no danger of adhering until they are dry. In some of the most improved mills, the sizing is performed in a machine consisting of a large square vat or wooden cistern containing the size. In this a strong screw press is situated horizontally, the side beams of the press forming the outsides of the vat, and the screw works through a tight collar of leather. The press being opened, the sheets of paper are suspended on lines stretched in a frame similar to those on which they are dried, and this is let down to immerse them in the size, and after remaining a proper time, the screw of the press is worked, and the sheets thus gathered up into a close parcel. Then the lines being withdrawn, a strong pressure is given, and the paper, when taken out, is finished ready to be hung up again to dry. By this means the paper is sized very equally, whereas in the old method of tub sizing, some sheets drained off more size than others, and rendered them unequal, as well as making marks upon them. This operation of sizing is very expensive, but for printing papers and some others it is frequently dispensed with. In this case a small quantity of oil mixed with alum, pounded very fine, is thrown into the beating engine toward the end of the process. About 1.5 pints or less is sufficient to give the paper a proper quality for printing, and is rather better than tub sizing. This method is denominated engine sizing. Powder blue is also put into the engine to give a bloom to the paper. When the paper is sufficiently dry, it is carried to the finishing room, called the saw, where it is pressed, selected, and examined by women, who remove all damaged and imperfect sheets. It is then put into the dry press and squeezed with a most immense force to render the paper flat and give it good surface. The lever of this press is 15 or 18 feet long, and 10 or 20 people are employed at the last to work it, though they sometimes use Samson, that is, a windlass like a crane, with which they purchase the lever of the screw. The dry press is generally large enough to hold 2 packs of ordinary paper side by side. The saw is surrounded by the dry presses, often 20 or 30, but one windlass serves them all. The paper remains under pressure as long as the demand of the mill will admit, but while it is in this operation it is parted once, twice, or even 3 times. To do this, the heaps are carried back to the table, and the whole turned sheet by sheet in such a manner that the surface of every sheet is changed as relative to its neighbor, and in this situation they are again brought under the press. It is in conducting these 2 operations of parting and pressing, sometimes 4 or 5 times, or as often as the nature of the paper requires, that the perfection and finish of the finest writing and drawing paper consist. If the stuff is fine, or the paper slender, the parting is less frequently repeated. In this operation it is necessary to alter the situation of the heaps with regard to one another every time they are put under the press, and as the heaps are highest in the middle, to place small pieces of felt which will bring all parts of the pile to an equal pressure. Mr. Bramah's ingenious hydrostatic press is most admirably adapted for dry pressing the paper, for in a large paper mill an injecting pump may be kept in constant action by the water mill, and inject water into an air vessel, from which pipes are conducted to presses in all parts of the mill, and by simply opening a cock at any press, the required pressure will be instantly given by the elasticity of the confined air operating on the enlarged surface of the piston of any press. The air vessel has of course a safety valve to allow the escape of the water when the pressure becomes so great as to endanger the rupture of any of the vessels. For it is to be observed that the power of this principle is irresistible when the pump is worked by a mill, and will burst any vessels without the least appearance of strain on the moving parts of the pump. To avoid the necessity of having a great number of presses for the dry work of a mill, Mr. Bramah proposes to use another kind of apparatus called retainers, which consist of a top and bottom bed of wood or metal, of sufficient strength to resist the reaction of the paper when the press is slackened from its severest squeeze, and to retain it in its most compressed state for any required length of time after the grasp of the press has been finally withdrawn. In these retainers vertical bars are fixed at the corners of the lower bed, passing through the holes in the upper one, and have each several holes to receive wedges or keys, by which the upper bed of the retainer is confined to preserve the state into which it has been pressed, notwithstanding any efforts of the paper or felts to expand to the space they originally occupied. These retainers are mounted upon wheels applied to the lower boards in the manner of a truck, and a railway is laid which goes through the press, so that the paper may be piled upon the trucks, the top board put on, and the whole wheeled into the press, and the operation being finished, the retainer is made fast, the press is then slackened, and the whole is wheeled forwards, leaving the press vacant for the reception of another retainer. After the dry pressing, the paper is finished, and only requires to be assorted into different lots according to its quality and faults, after which it is made up into quires. The person who does this must possess great skill and be worthy of confidence, because he acts as a check on those who separated the paper into different lots. He takes the sheets with his right hand to fold and examine them, laying them over his left arm till he has the number requisite for a quire, then brings the sides parallel to one another and places them in heaps under the table. The paper is afterwards collected into reams of 20 quires each, packed up for the last time, and put under the press, where it is continued for 10 or 12 hours, or as long as the demand of the paper market permits. End of Linen Rag Paper, from Typographia, an Historical Sketch of the Origin and Progress of the Art of Printing, 1825, by Thomas Curson Hansard. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
On Nature by Parmenides, taken from The Fragments of Parmenides, translation and introduction by Thomas Davidson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Landon D.C. Elkind at the University of Iowa in Coralville, Iowa. On Nature 1. Introduction. Soon as the coursers that bear me and drew me as far as extendeth impulse, guided me and threw me aloft in the glorious pathway, up to the goddess that guideth through all things man that is conscious, there was I carried along, for there did the coursers sagacious, drawing the chariot, bear me, and virgins proceeded to guide them, daughters of Helios, leaving behind them the mansions of darkness, into the light, with their strong hands forcing asunder the night shrouds, while in its sockets the axle emitted the sound of a syrinx. Glowing, for still it was urged by a couple of wheels well rounded, one upon this side, one upon that, when it hastened its motion. There were the gates of the paths of the night and the paths of the daytime. Under the gates is a threshold of stone, and above is a lintel. These two are closed in the ether with great doors guarded by Justice, Justice the mighty avenger, that keepeth the keys of requital. Her did the virgins address, and with soft words deftly persuaded, swiftly for them to withdraw from the gates the bolt and its fastener. Opening wide, they uncovered the yawning expanse of the portal, backward rolling successive the hinges of brass in their sockets, hinges constructed with nails and with clasps. Then onward the virgins straightway guided their steeds and their chariot over the highway. Then did the goddess receive me with gladness, and taking my right hand into her own, thus uttered a word, and kindly bespake me. Youth that art mated with charioteers and companions immortal, coming to us on the coursers that bear thee, to visit our mansion, hail, for it is not an evil award that hath guided thee hither, into this path, for, I ween, it is far from the pathway of mortals, nay, it is justice and right. Thou needs must have knowledge of all things, first of the truth's unwavering heart that is fraught with conviction, then of the notions of mortals, where no true conviction abideth. But thou shalt surely be taught this too, that every opinion needs must pass through the all, and vanquish the test with approval. 2. On Truth. Listen, and I will instruct thee, and thou, when thou hearest, shalt ponder. What are the sole 2 paths of research that are open to thinking? One path is, that being doth be, and non-being is not. This is the way of conviction, for truth follows hard in her footsteps. The other path is, that being is not, and non-being must be. This one, I tell thee in truth, is an all-incredible pathway. For thou never canst know what is not, for none can conceive it. Nor canst thou give it expression, for one thing are thinking and being. And to me 'tis indifferent whence I begin, for thither again thou shalt find me returning. Speaking and thinking must needs be existent, for is of being. Nothing must needs not be. These things I enjoin thee to ponder. Foremost of all withdraw thy mind from this path of inquiry, then likewise from that other, wherein men, empty of knowledge, wander forever uncertain, while doubt and perplexity guide them. Guide in their bosoms the wandering mind, and onward they hurry, deaf and dumb and blind and stupid, unreasoning cattle, herds that are wont to think being and non-being one and the self-same, yet not one and the same, and that all things move in a circle. Never, I ween, shalt thou learn that being can be of what is not. Wherefore do thou withdraw thy mind from this path of inquiry, neither let habit compel thee, while treading this pathway of knowledge, still to employ a visionless eye or an ear full of ringing, yea, or a clamorous tongue, but prove this vexed demonstration uttered by me, by reason. And now there remains for discussion one path only, that being doth be, and on it there are tokens, many and many to show, that what is birthless and deathless, whole and only begotten, and moveless and ever enduring. Never it was, or shall be, but the all simultaneously now is, one continuous one. For of it what birth shalt thou search for? How and whence it hath sprung? I shall not permit thee to tell me, neither to think, quote, of what is not, unquote. For none can say or imagine how not is becomes is, or else what need should have stirred it, after or yet before its beginning, to issue from nothing. Thus either wholly being must be, or wholly must not be. Neither from that which is will the force of intelligence suffer aught to become beyond being itself. Thence neither production, neither destruction doth justice permit, ne'er slackening her fetters, but she forbids. And herein is contained the decision of these things. Either there is or is not. But judgment declares, as it needs must, one of these paths to be uncomprehended and utterly nameless, no true pathway at all, but the other to be and be real. How can that which is now be hereafter, or how can it have been? For if it hath been before, or shall be hereafter, it is not. Thus generation is quenched, and decay surpasseth believing. Nor is there aught of distinct. For the all is self-similar always, nor is there anywhere more to debar it from being unbroken, nor is there anywhere less, for the All is sated with being. Wherefore the All is unbroken, and being approacheth to being. Moveless moreover, and bounded by great chains limits it lieth, void of beginning, without any ceasing, since birth and destruction both have wandered afar, driven forth by the truth of conviction, same in the same and abiding, and self through itself it reposes, steadfast thus it endureth, for mighty necessity holds it within the chains of her bounds, and round doth secure it. Wherefore that which is should be infinite is not permitted. For it is lacking in naught, or else it were lacking in all things. Steadfastly yet in thy spirit regard things absent as present. Surely thou shalt not separate being from clinging to being, nor shalt thou find it scattered at all through the all of the cosmos, nor yet gathered together. One and the same are thought, and that whereby there is thinking, never apart from existence, wherein it receiveth expression, shalt thou discover the action of thinking, for naught is or shall be other besides or beyond the existent. For fate hath determined that to be lonely and moveless, which all things are but a name for, things that men have set up for themselves, believing as real birth and decay, becoming and ceasing, to be and to not be, movement from place to place, and change from color to color. But since the uttermost limit of being is ended and perfect, then it is like to the bulk of a spear, well rounded on all sides, everywhere distant alike from the center. For never there can be anything greater or anything less, on this side or that side, more of it here, less there, for the All is inviolate ever. Yea, there is neither a non-existent to bar it from coming into equality, neither can being be different from being. Therefore, I ween, it lies equally stretched in its limits on all sides. And with this will I finish the faithful discourse and the thinking touching the truth. And now thou shalt learn the notions of mortals, learn and list to the treacherous array of the words I shall utter. 3. On opinion. Men have set up for themselves twin shapes to be named by opinion. One they cannot set up, and herein do they wander in error. And they have made them distinct in their nature, and marked them with tokens. Opposite each unto each, the one flames fire of the ether, gentle, exceedingly thin, and everywhere one and the selfsame, but not the same with the other self-similar likewise. Standing opposed by itself, brute might, dense nature, and heavy. All the apparent system of these will lie open before thee, so that not any opinion of mortals shall ever elude thee. All things now being marked with the names of light and of darkness, yea, set apart by the various powers of the one or the other, surely the All is at once full of light and invisible darkness, both being equal and not being common to one with the other. For out of formless fire are woven the narrower circlets, those over these out of night, but a portion of flame shooteth through them, and in the centre of all is the goddess that governeth all things. She unto all is the author of loathsome birth and coition, causing the female to mix with the male, and by mutual impulse likewise the male with the female. Foremost of gods she gave birth unto love, yea, foremost of all gods. Then thou shalt know the ethereal nature and each of its tokens, each of the signs in the ether, and all the invisible workings wrought by the blemishless sun's pure lamp, and whence they have risen. Then thou shalt hear of the orb-eyed moon's circumambient workings, and of her nature, and likewise discern the heaven that surrounds them, whence it arose, and how by her sway necessity bound it, firm to encircle the bounds of the stars. How the earth and the sun and the moon, and the ether common to all, and the milk of the sky, and the peak of Olympus, yea, and the fervent might of the stars, were impelled into being, circling the earth with its wanderings, a borrowed, a night-gleaming splendor, wistfully watching forever, with gaze turned towards the sunlight. Even as in each one of men is a union of limbs many-jointed, so there is also in each one a mind, for one and the same are that which is wise and the nature generic of members in mortals, yea, unto each and to all, for that which prevaileth is thinking. Here on the right hand the youths, and there on the left hand the maidens. Thus by the strength of opinion were these created and now are, yea, and will perish hereafter, as soon as they grow unto ripeness. Men have imposed upon each one of these a name as a token. End of On Nature by Parmenides. The Nature of Sense Data, a reply to Dr. Dawes Hicks, by Bertrand Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Landon D.C. Elkind at the University of Iowa in Iowa City, Iowa. The Nature of Sense Data, a reply to Dr. Dawes Hicks. In a very courteous article, footnote 1, Mind, July 1912, pages 399 to 409, end of footnote 1, on my Problems of Philosophy, Dr. Dawes Hicks has offered some criticisms of my views on sense data, which call for a few explanations by way of reply. On certain points, I gather that I failed to make my meaning clear, as was perhaps excusable in a popular book where technicalities have to be avoided. I will therefore begin by an endeavor to state as precisely as possible what my views are on the main points in debate. Perhaps the best starting point will be the theory of acquaintance and description. There seem to me to be two main cognitive relations with which a theory of knowledge has to deal, namely, presentation, which is the same as what I call acquaintance, and judgment. These I regard as radically distinguished by the fact that presentation, or acquaintance, footnote 2, confer the Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society, 1910 to 1911, page 108, end of footnote 2, is a two-term relation of a subject, or, better, an act to a single, simple or complex, object, while judgment is a multiple relation of a subject or act to the several objects concerned in the judgment. From the fact that presentation is a two-term relation, the question of truth or error cannot arise with regard to it. In any case of presentation, there is a certain relation of an act to an object, and the question whether there is such an object cannot arise. In the case of judgment, error can arise, for although the several objects of the judgment cannot be illusory, they may not be related as the judgment believes that they are. The difference in this respect between judgment and presentation is due to the fact that judgment is a multiple relation, not a two-term relation. Among judgments, some are of the form, the entity, footnote 3, where it is implied that there is only one such entity, end of footnote 3, which has the property phi, has the property psi. And we can sometimes make such judgments in cases where we have no presentation, whose object is that particular entity x, which has the property phi. For example, I can judge, the father of my grandfather lived in the 18th century, although I have never had a presentation whose object was the particular man who was my great-grandfather. In such cases, I say we have knowledge by description of the entity which has the property phi. The precise definition is as follows, quote, "Knowledge by description of the entity X is knowledge that the entity having the property phi has some other property psi, where the entity which has the property phi is in fact X, though this may not be known." End of quote. Footnote 1. On descriptions, confer Principia Mathematica, Volume 1, 14, and Introduction, Chapter 3. End of footnote 1. On the other hand, when there is a presentation whose object is X, I say that we are acquainted with X, or we have knowledge of X by acquaintance. Thus, knowledge by acquaintance does not consist of judgments, whereas knowledge by description does consist of judgments, and moreover of judgments of which the thing known by description is not a constituent. Among objects with which we are acquainted, we can distinguish a certain kind in which the presentation is sensible. These may perhaps be defined as presented objects simultaneous with the act of presentation. This definition excludes universals because they are not in time, and therefore not simultaneous with anything, and it excludes remembered objects, because these are earlier than the acts which remember them. Objects of sensible presentations I call sense data. Thus, by definition, a sense datum is simultaneous with the act which has acquaintance with it. The word sensation, as opposed to sense datum, may be used either for the act alone or for the complex act acquainted with object. The latter use seems better, and I shall adopt it in what follows. It will be seen that much, in what appears questionable to Dr. Dawes Hicks, is really no more than the verbal result of definitions. Let us illustrate by analogy. Let us represent the relation of contemporaneous acquaintance by marriage. Then the acts are represented by husbands and the sense data by wives, while sensations are represented by married couples. The inseparable connection of the sense datum with sensation, which appears to Dr. Dawes Hicks to be a problem, is merely like the inseparable connection of wives with marriage, a matter of definition, nothing more. But of course we may, as a result of the study of sense data, find that they have other properties in common, besides that of contemporaneous acquaintance. We may then give a name to the things having these other properties, and inquire what is their relation to sense data. Let us give the name qualities to those things that have all the properties common to all sense data, with the possible exception of being given in sense. Then qualities in our analogy correspond to women. A quality becomes a sense datum by being given in sense, just as a woman becomes a wife by being given in marriage. I think Dr. Dawes Hicks sometimes takes me to be speaking of the relation of qualities to sensations, when I am really speaking of the relation of sense data to sensations. Footnote 1. I plead guilty to having once, pages 30, 31, used sensation when I should have used sense datum. Confer Dr. Dawes Hicks, page 405. The other passage, page 16, quoted by Dr. Dawes Hicks, seems to me right as it stands. End of footnote 1. For this reason, some of my statements appear to him more significant and disputable than they really are. Dr. Dawes Hicks states, page 406, quote, "There is very strong reason for saying that, according to Mr. Russell's account, the sense datum appears very different from what it is." End of quote. This assertion, it seems to me, results from the tacit rejection of the distinction between presentation and judgment, that is, between knowledge of things by acquaintance and knowledge of truths. In consequence of this rejection, he also misunderstands the distinction between knowledge of things by acquaintance and knowledge of things by description. The object of a presentation is what it is, and there is an end of the matter. To say that it "appears different from what it is" can only mean that we make false judgments about it. Now the false judgment, if it is false, which we are most inclined to make about the sense datum is that the quality which is the sense datum exists at times when it is not a sense datum. This is really what is meant by calling the quality independent of the percipient. But this judgment, however false it may be, does not make the sense datum appear different from what it is. If it did, it would be not the sense datum, but something else that we should suppose to persist after we have ceased to perceive it. Dr. Dawes-Hicks raises the question whether sense data are in any sense mental, page 404. Now the word mental is one which, so far as I know, has no well-defined meaning. But I hold that the sense datum is certainly other than the subject, something to which the subject's relation is just as external as to the physical object. The only point where I part company from the out-and-out realist is in holding that, for various empirical reasons of detail, it is not certain that the quality which is the sense datum ever exists at times when it is not a sense datum. Several of the arguments advanced by Dr. Dawes-Hicks seem to assume that I regard it as a priori impossible to have acquaintance with the physical object. For example, he supposes that I must hold the sense data themselves to be only known through their appearances, and so on through an endless regress, page 403, and he asks, "If a mental act can stand in immediate relation to a sense datum other than itself, and existing apart from itself, why is it disqualified from standing in a similar relation of immediacy to the physical thing?" Page 405. I do not know of any reason why the mind should be "disqualified" from knowing the physical thing. The question is one of fact. Do we know the physical thing, or do we not? My whole theory is purely empirical. Certain things which I call sense data are known to us immediately at certain times, and it is a question what can be inferred as to other times, or other things at the same times. And the view that the things which are given in sense themselves exist at times when they are not given seems to me to present certain difficulties, though these are not of an a priori or logical kind. This brings me to what Dr. Dawes-Hicks says on the subject of colour and shape. He suggests that "the real colour will present a different aspect if another colour be reflected upon it." Page 401. But surely we cannot speak of a colour presenting an aspect. A colour which presents a different aspect is a different colour, and there is an end of the matter. I understand the theory advocated to be that an object has a real colour, which is sometimes the colour we see, but generally more or less different from it. I have admitted the possibility of this view, pages 54, 55, but its apparent plausibility, I think, arises from what seems to me the illegitimate notion of a single colour "presenting different aspects." Dr. Dawes-Hicks thinks, page 401, that my treatment of colour is different from my treatment of shape, but this is a misunderstanding. The real shape is a shape in physical space, which has no more resemblance to visual space than light waves have to colour. Shape as the sense datum is in just the same position as colour. But spatial order reduces to relations, and these relations have certain logical properties, in virtue of which they generate a three-dimensional manifold. I suggest that the apparent shape corresponds, as a rule, to a real shape, due to the relations having similar logical properties. But it is a case of correspondence, not identity, just as in the case of colours and their physical correlates. On the subject of appearance and reality, Dr. Dawes-Hicks distinguishes two views between which he says I hesitate (p. 402). As a matter of fact, though I have doubtless been less clear than I ought to have been, I have consistently held to the second of his two views. For readers who know the history of the terms appearance and reality, though not, I think, for uninstructed readers, the use of this antithesis was perhaps somewhat misleading, since I regard sense data as existing quite as truly as anything. Indeed, I regard their existence as the ultimate certainty on which all knowledge of what exists must be based. But it seems that their existence and nature are to some extent dependent upon the subject, not in the sense that they are illusory, or that they are in the mind, whatever that means, but in the sense that there is no good reason to suppose that they exist when they are not sensated, or that a particular sense datum is ever sensated by more than one subject. If there are physical objects, and the scientific account of them is roughly true, it would seem that a sense datum has a complicated relation to a certain physical object, compounded of the kind of connection which would commonly be called causal, together with similarity of position in two structures, that of sense data and that of physical objects, which have certain logical affinities. The object to which a given sense datum has this relation is called the object corresponding to the sense datum. The sense datum which has this relation to a given object is called an appearance of this object. I desire all further associations of the word appearance to be disregarded wherever the word occurs in the Problems of Philosophy. Thus, appearances are what are certain and primitive. The physical objects inferred are hypothetical and by no means certain. If there are physical objects, it will be a matter of choice in definition, whether we say that physical objects appear or not. The only point is to be clear as to the facts, namely that sense data are presented and physical objects are not. It is to be observed that, if there are physical objects, the sense data which are appearances of a physical object are not determined by the object alone, but also by the physical intermediaries, including the sense organs. This is one fact which makes it very difficult to identify the physical object with the sense data to which it corresponds. Dr. Dawes-Hicks invites me, page 404, to consider whether visual space is caused by physical space. Of course, both are systems of relations, and neither alone is either cause or effect. But I should say that, in the same sense and to the same degree in which colours are caused by their physical correlates, the complexes consisting of colours with visual spatial relations are caused by the complexes consisting of their physical correlates with physical spatial relations. Two minor points remain to be noted. On page 408, Dr. Dawes-Hicks argues that the brown colour of the table does not exist, but is timeless like a universal. It seems to me, for reasons which I have set forth at length elsewhere, footnote 1, on the relations of universals and particulars, Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society, 1911 to 1912, end of footnote 1, that, although there is a universal, which is a given shade of colour, there are also particulars which are instances of the universal, and are sense data when that shade of colour is seen. It is these particulars which are concerned in the discussion in question, though probably my language could often be equally interpreted as applying to the universal. The other point concerns the word perception. I use the word myself as synonymous with sensation, since I cannot observe any occurrence intermediate between sensation and judgment. Possibly there may be such occurrences, but in any case I mean by perception a dual relation coming under the head of presentation, not a multiple relation such as judgment. In conclusion, if I might venture to state what are to me the essential points, they are these two. 1. That there are two kinds of cognitive relation, one dual and one multiple, and that it is the dual relation which gives us our data as to what exists. Footnote 2. Confer the nature of truth in Philosophical Essays and Chapter 12 in the Problems of Philosophy. End of footnote 2. 2. That propositions of the form "the entity having the property phi has the property psi" do not contain as constituents the entity x, which in fact is the entity having the property phi, supposing there is such an entity, and may be known when we do not know what entity is the entity having the property phi. Footnote 1. Confer Principia Mathematica, local citation. Also, on denoting Mind, October 1905, and Knowledge by Acquaintance and Knowledge by Description. Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society, 1910 to 1911. End of footnote 1. The rest of what I have to say depends mainly upon these two doctrines. As regards the question of matter, whether there is such a thing, and if so, what are its relations to sense data, the argument is difficult and involves a great mass of detail. It is therefore highly probable that any conclusion one may reach at present is more or less erroneous. But if the above two doctrines are correct, they must necessarily have far-reaching consequences in theory of knowledge, and so long as there is disagreement about them, it is difficult to come to close quarters as regards views depending upon them or upon the denial of them. B. Russell. End of The Nature of Sense Data, a reply to Dr. Dawes Hicks, by Bertrand Russell.
Oration in Favor of the Megalopolitans, by Demosthenes, translated by Philip Francis, 1708 to 1773. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oration in Favor of the Megalopolitans. The argument. The Lacedaemonians, reduced to the utmost distress by the loss of the battle of Leuctra, sent ambassadors to Athens to solicit succors against the Thebans. The Athenians, always generous and humane, supported them vigorously both by sea and land. Thus assisted, they recover in some degree their ancient strength and spirit. They defeat the Acadians, enter the territories of Megalopolis, which was built as a barrier against their incursions, and prepare to besiege it. The Megalopolitans instantly send an embassy to Athens to implore its protection. Demosthenes supports them with his usual vigor. The cause was difficult and delicate. To persuade the Athenians to assist the people of Arcadia, their ancient enemies, against the Lacedaemonians, their late allies. We know not the success of his oration, but as Diodorus, who names all the other states that sent any assistance to the Megalopolitans, does not mention the Athenians, we may believe it did not succeed. It was spoken in the 14th of the 105th Olympiad, when our orator was in his 8th and 20th year. Oration in Favor of the Megalopolitans. Both parties, in my judgment, O men of Athens, appear to wander extremely from their proper characters. They who patronize the Acadians and they who support the Lacedaemonians. For as if they came ambassadors from these nations, not like citizens of this republic to which they were sent, they mutually calumniate and accuse each other. This indeed is the behavior of ambassadors. But to speak upon affairs of importance, with a regard only to the public good, and without the violence of faction, to propose the most salutary counsels, is the peculiar character of whoever would be thought to consult the general welfare of their country. Yet I really think that in both parties, were they not personally known to be Athenians, did they not speak the Attic language, many would seem Acadians, many of them Lacedaemonians. I well perceive how difficult it is to propose to you that best advice your affairs demand. For while your orators and you are both equally deceived, while you are divided into opinion in perfect opposition to each other, if any one attempted to advise in a medium between these opinions, you yourselves would not endure being instructed, and the person who had offered his advice would certainly gratify neither party, but be calumniated by both. Yet I shall rather choose to appear, if I must submit to such a choice, a very trifling impertinent, than restrain myself from declaring what I conceive is of utmost utility to the commonwealth, or abandon you to be abused by certain of your advisers. Of other particulars, therefore, if it be agreeable to you, I shall speak hereafter, but I shall begin with those universally acknowledged of immediate importance, and in which, I apprehend, it is your exceeding interest to be well informed. No man will deny it is of utmost importance to this republic that both the Lacedaemonians and Thebans should equally be weak and enfeebled. Indeed, your affairs are at present in such a critical situation, if any conjecture may be formed upon the remarks frequently repeated among you in conversation, that the Thebans will be reduced to a proper degree of weakness, if Orchomenus, Thisbe, and Plataea be restored to their former populous condition, but that the Lacedaemonians, if they subdue Arcadia and make themselves master of Megalopolis, will again become dangerously powerful. We should therefore be wisely cautious, not to suffer the Thebans to grow formidable and great, before the Lacedaemonians are sufficiently reduced, nor to permit the Lacedaemonians insensibly so far to recover their former greatness, as that the commonwealth may be threatened with greater danger by their strength, than they can possibly receive advantage from the weakness of the Thebans. Not that, however, I should affirm, we should rather choose, if such an exchange is possible, to have the Lacedaemonians our enemies than the Thebans. Not this the purpose for which I contend, but that neither of them shall be capable of injuring or insulting the republic. Thus alone shall we be secure from all future apprehensions. But although, by Jupiter, we must acknowledge the truth of these assertions, yet disagreeable indeed will be the necessity, should we now take as allies that very people against whom we fought at Mantinea, should we now assist the people against the Lacedaemonians, with whom we then supported one common danger. I confess how reasonable the reflection, yet it were likewise to be wished that other states would resolve to act upon the same principles of equity. For if all parties are willing to preserve the general peace, we shall not send succors to the Megalopolitans. It will not be necessary. We shall not in any manner oppose who were once our fellow soldiers in the day of battle. But the Lacedaemonians, as they assure us, are already our faithful allies, and the Arcadians tell us they now accede to our alliance. What have we therefore else to desire? But if the Lacedaemonians, in manifest violation of justice, should hold it their interest to declare war against the Megalopolitans, what conduct shall we then pursue? Were it the sole question of our debates, whether we ought to abandon Megalopolis, a measure certainly most unjust, I cheerfully consent, nor by any means oppose our once confederates in the dangers of the Theban war. But when you are absolutely convinced that if the Lacedaemonians reduce Megalopolis they will assuredly make an attempt upon Messene, tell me whoever is now most violent against the Megalopolitans, what measures he will advise us to pursue. But no man will then offer his advice. However, you are all perfectly convinced, whether our present factions advise, or dissuade us from such a resolution, that succors must necessarily be then sent to the Messenians, both in regard to our treaties with them, which we have ratified with our oaths, and to the interest of our republic, which requires the preservation of their city. Consider therefore with yourselves, whether it will be more honourable, more agreeable to the general sentiments of good sense, to oppose the violence and injustice of the Lacedaemonians in their attempts upon Megalopolis or Messene. At present you will appear generously determined to succour the Arcadians, and anxious to preserve the peace inviolable for which you once endangered your persons, for which you fought. But in assisting the Messenians at such a conjuncture, you will, to all mankind, appear to wish the preservation of Messene, not more from motive of justice than from your own apprehension of the Lacedaemonians. We ought indeed always to think and always to act upon principles of equity, yet at the same time observe with attention that these principles are conducive to the public interest. It is generally said by the persons who oppose our sending succours to the Megalopolitans that we ought certainly to attempt the recovery of Oropus, but that if we now make a nation our enemy who might assist us in such an attempt, we never must expect their alliance hereafter. That every expedient should be exerted for the recovery of Oropus I heartily declare, but that the Lacedaemonians will now become our enemies if we conclude an alliance with the Arcadians, who make us an offer of their friendship, our orators alone, who persuade us to assist them when their republic was in extreme danger, I really think ought never to assert. For they who argue in this manner are the very persons by whose counsels you rejected the whole people of Peloponnesus, when their ambassadors came hither, and proposed in conjunction with you, and under your conduct, to invade Lacedaemon. After this proposal, as the alone expedient left them, they applied themselves to the Thebans. These are the very persons who persuaded you, for the preservation of the Lacedaemonians, to contribute your treasures and expose your lives to the dangers of war. Yet certainly you would not have determined with so much ardour to preserve them, had they before informed you that if you did not suffer them to act according to their own good pleasure, to commit every violence and every injustice, they never would acknowledge any obligation to you for their preservation. However, were it exceedingly contrary to the designs of the Lacedaemonians that you should receive the Arcadians into your alliance, yet I think it might become their character rather to show their gratitude for your having preserved them in the extremest peril of their commonwealth, than to resent your opposing their present wrongs and outrage. But in what manner they can refuse to assist us in recovering Oropus, without appearing of all mankind most ungrateful, by the gods, I cannot conceive. I wonder likewise at them who assert that if we should enter into an alliance with the Arcadians, and act as I propose, in consequence of that alliance, the very constitution of our republic must be greatly altered, nor ever have any firm principles hereafter in her administration. The very contrary appears to my judgment, O men of Athens, most apparent. Wherefore? Because I believe no mortal will deny that this republic lately preserved the Lacedaemonians, the Thebans formerly, and lastly the Euboeans, from absolute ruin, yet afterwards entered into an alliance with each of them, being ever determined to act upon one and the same unvaried principle. What principle? That of preserving the oppressed. If such, therefore, in very fact, the state of things, surely we shall not appear inconstant and various, but rather they who refuse to continue within the bounds of equity and moderation. It shall indeed be clearly manifest that the general disorders and alterations in Greece arise from those who are perpetually ambitious of extending their dominions, not that our republic ever varies in her conduct. But I confess, to me the Lacedaemonians appear to act with an extremely subtle and malignant spirit. They declare the Eleans ought to recover part of Triphylia, the Phylacians Tricaranum, certain exiled Arcadians their country, and we Oropus. not from a sense of equity, to take pleasure in beholding us in possession of our right claims, far otherwise, unless they are lately become exceedingly humane and equitable. But they would seem cheerfully to have given their assistance to recover for others their different claims, that afterwards, when they themselves shall invade Messene, we may unanimously engage with them in the expedition, and succor them with vigor, or acknowledge our own ingratitude in not repaying the obligation of that assistance which each of us received in asserting our different rights. But I am convinced that Athens, without abandoning any one Arcadian to the Lacedaemonians, will be able to recover Oropus, and even by their assistance to recover it, if they are willing to act upon principles of equity, as well as in conjunction with some other states of Greece, who are not of opinion that the Thebans ought to possess the dominions of others. Yet, were it evident that unless we suffered the Lacedaemonians to lay waste Peloponnesus, we could not be able to recover Oropus, I truly think it were more eligible, if I may be permitted to speak my sentiments, to cede the possession of it to the Thebans forever, than abandon Messene and Peloponnesus to the Lacedaemonians. For this, in my judgment, is not the only apprehension you may with reason entertain of that people. But I shall not mention what then came into my thoughts. Yet in many instances I am persuaded there is much danger near us. Yet whatever injuries our orators assert were committed against us by the Megalopolitans during their engagements with the Thebans, it were absurd to urge them at present as matter of accusation, or even to remember them with resentment, when they voluntarily offer us their alliance, and with the resolution of giving us immediate proofs of their friendship in recompense for their past injustice. Absurd to search with earnestness for every possible means that they never may become our friends, and not to know that in proportion as they showed themselves more warmly zealous against us during their alliance with the Thebans, so do those persons more justly deserve your indignation who deprived the Republic of such allies, especially as they implored your protection, before they made any application to the Thebans. It is, however, the advice of men, not eminent in wisdom, absolutely to confirm an alliance between the Arcadians and the Thebans. As far as I am able, after examining with my best attention, to form any conjecture upon our present circumstances, I really think, and I believe many of you will agree with me in opinion, that if the Lacedaemonians make themselves master of Megalopolis, Messene will be in imminent danger. But should they reduce that city to their obedience, I then absolutely pronounce we must enter into an immediate alliance with the Thebans. It were therefore much more honorable and more advantageous immediately to receive these allies of the Thebans into your protection, nor any longer to endure the ambition of the Lacedaemonians, than to refuse, whether through fear or indolence, to act for their preservation, or rather totally to abandon them, yet hereafter be compelled to engage in the defence of the Thebans themselves, and even to stand in terror for our proper safety. For I do not imagine it wholly without apprehension to the Republic that the Lacedaemonians may reduce Megalopolis, and resume their former greatness, while I behold them even now taking up arms, not to defend themselves from any approaching danger, but to recover their once formidable sovereignty. What projects they formed in their ambitions, while they held that sovereignty, those you better know, perhaps, than I do, and may therefore remember them with greater and juster apprehension. Yet I would gladly ask our orators, some of whom profess to hate the Thebans, and some the Lacedaemonians, whether they really hate whom they profess to hate, for your sake, and for your interest, or whether they mutually hate the Thebans to gratify the Lacedaemonians, and the Lacedaemonians to gratify the Thebans. if these the motives of your advice, be neither of them, as if they were actuated by their passions even to madness, should you suffer yourselves to be persuaded. If they consult your interest alone, wherefore thus excessively, thus unseasonably does each of them extol his favourite nation? For it is possible, assuredly very possible, to humble the Thebans without suffering the Lacedaemonians to recover their too formidable power. It is indeed perfectly easy, as I shall endeavour to convince you. This truth we universally acknowledge, that all mankind, however contrary to their inclinations, are to a certain degree ashamed of not acting upon the common principle of equity, and will openly oppose the violators of justice, especially when some particular persons are injured. But we shall find it, in all instances, most pernicious, indeed the very beginning of all calamities, that men refuse to act with rectitude upon simpler principles. However, that even this blamable sense of shame may be no impediment, that they may be ashamed to oppose us in reducing the power of the Thebans, let us make public declaration, in proof of the justice and integrity of our intentions, that Thespae, Platae, and Orchomenus shall be restored to their once flourishing condition. Let us ourselves engage in their defence, and invite others to their assistance, for it is honourable and equitable not to suffer these ancient cities to continue in ruins. Let us neither abandon Megalopolis and Messene to the ambition of the Lacedaemonians, nor, under an apprehension of their opposing the restoration of the Plataeans, the Thespians, indolently suffer those now populous and flourishing cities to be totally destroyed. Were these resolutions publicly known, not any one state in Greece will refuse their consent, that the Thebans shall at length resign the dominion of Oropus, which rightly belongs to Athens, or should it prove otherwise, should the Thebans oppose us in the restoration of Thespae and Plataea, as we must reasonably expect, since they may well imagine it will bring inevitable ruin upon their republic, it is confessed that all our measures will be frustrated. But what indeed will be the event if we perpetually suffer cities really flourishing to be destroyed, and demand the restoration of others when laid in ruins? But they who seem to speak with great appearance of reason assert that the Arcadians must certainly throw down the columns upon which their treaties with the Thebans are inscribed, if they propose to be firmly our allies. Yet the Arcadians themselves affirm, not columns, but interests of state, constitute friendship, and that they who relieve and assist them in their distresses, they alone should be considered by them as allies. For my own part, however, if the Arcadians be sincere in their professions, I declare my opinion that they shall be required to throw down those columns, and the Lacedaemonians to preserve the general peace. If either of them refuse, let us instantly unite with the party that complies. For when peace is concluded, if the Megalopolitans continue their alliance with the Thebans, they will be manifestly discovered by all Greece to have preferred the power and splendour of their allies to the cause of justice. Or when the Megalopolitans have with integrity entered into an alliance with us, if the Lacedaemonians violate the peace, they shall appear to all mankind to have engaged with so much solicitude, not that Trispe should be restored, but that while the Thebans were engaged in this war, they might reduce Peloponnesus to their obedience. But I really wonder that some certain persons among us are greatly apprehensive, lest the Arcadians may declare war against the Lacedaemonians. Yet, should the Lacedaemonians lay waste Arcadia, they would esteem it nothing alarming, especially since time itself has convinced us by experience that the Thebans always employed the Arcadians against the Lacedaemonians, but the Lacedaemonians, whenever they gained them to their party, engaged them against this republic. I therefore think it ought to be considered with attention, that by your not receiving the Megalopolitans into your protection, if they should be totally destroyed and their country laid in ruins, the Lacedaemonians may become dangerously formidable, or on the contrary, should they be able to preserve themselves and their dominions, as accidents, beyond all hope, will sometimes happen, they will justly become firmer allies to the Thebans. But if you receive them into your friendship, they will be indebted to you alone for their preservation. But, transferring from them to ourselves the consideration of the event, and the computation of all future dangers, let us fix our attention upon the Thebans and the Lacedaemonians. If the Thebans be conquered, as for our interest they ought, yet the Lacedaemonians cannot become too formidable, while they have an enemy, the Arcadian, nearly bordering upon their frontiers. Or should the Thebians recover the health and firmness of their state, should they be happily preserved, should they not totally fall, they will, however, be less able to injure us, while the Arcadians are our allies, and those allies indebted to us for their preservation. Upon all accounts, therefore, it is your interest not to abandon the Arcadians, or if they should perhaps escape the present danger, let them not seem to be preserved by their own proper strength, nor by any other allies, but you alone. For myself, O men of Athens, by the gods, neither in my personal affection or hatred to either party have I spoken, but what I truly judged most conducive to the interests of the Republic. Let me then advise, let me persuade you, never to abandon the Megalopolitans, nor indeed any other weaker state, to the rapacious ambition of the more powerful. End of Oration in Favor of the Megalopolitans by Damascenes. Translated by Philip France, 1708 to 1773.
The Real Robinson Crusoe, Alexander Selkirk, Narrative of His Discovery and Rescue by a British Privateer, by Woodes Rogers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 10 days later, the Duchess speaks the Duke to the effect that her men are greatly in want of a harbor to refresh them, many being ill through want of clothes, and being often wet in the cold weather. Matters were not much better on board the Duke. Several of ours, says Rogers, being very indifferent, so that, as we are very uncertain of the latitude of Juan Fernandez, the books laying him down so differently that not one chart agrees with another, and being but a small island, and in some doubts of striking it, we design to hail in for the mainland to direct us. At 7 in the morning, however, of January 31st, 1709, all their doubts were set at rest, and the foundation laid upon which the life and surprising adventures of Robinson Crusoe are built, when Captain Rogers made Juan Fernandez, bearing west-southwest, distant about 7 leagues. The next day at 2 p.m., Rogers says, we hoisted our pinnace out, and Captain Dover with the boat's crew went in her to go ashore, though we could not be less than 4 leagues off. As soon as it was dark, we saw a light ashore, and our boat being then about a league from the island, bore away for the ships when she saw the light, and we put out lights for the boat, though some were of opinion that the light we saw was our boat's. But as night came on, it appeared too large for that, so we fired 1 quarter-deck gun, and several muskets, showing lights in our shrouds, that our boat might find us, whilst we plied in the lee of the island. About 2 in the morning our boat came on board, having been in tow of the Duchess, and we were glad they got well off, because it began to blow. We were all convinced this light was on shore, and designed to make our ships ready to engage, believing them to be French ships at anchor, which we must either fight or want water, and so forth. The next morning we tacked, to lay the land close aboard, and about 10 opened the south end of the island. Here the floes came heavy offshore, and we were forced to reef our topsails. When we opened the middle bay, where we expected to find our enemy, we saw all clear, and no ships in that nor the next bay, though we guessed there had been ships there, but that they were gone on sight of us. About noon we sent our yawl ashore with Captain Dover, Mr. Fry, and 6 men, all armed. Meanwhile we and the Duchess kept turning to get in, and such heavy floes came off the island that we were forced to let fly our topsail sheets, keeping all hands to stand by our sails for fear of the winds carrying 'em away, though when the floes were gone we had little or no wind. Our boat not returning, we sent our pinnace, also armed, to see what was the occasion of the yawl's stay, for we were afraid that the Spaniards had a garrison there and might have seized 'em. We put out a signal, and the Duchess showed a French ensign. Immediately our pinnace returned from the shore, and brought abundance of crawfish, with a man clothed in goatskins, who looked wilder than the first owners of them. He had been on the island 4 years and 4 months, being left there by Captain Stradling in the ship Cinque Ports. His name was Alexander Selkirk, a Scotchman, who had been master of the Cinque Ports, a ship that came here last with Captain Dampier, who told me this was the best man in her. So I immediately agreed with him to be mate on board our ship. 'Twas he made the fire last night when he saw our ships, which he judged to be English. During his stay here he had seen several ships pass, but only 2 came to anchor, which, as he went to view, he found to be Spanish, and retired from 'em, upon which they shot at him. Had they been French, he would have submitted, but chose to risk dying alone. Note, not living alone in the island, rather than fall into the hands of the Spaniards in these parts, lest they murder or make a slave of him in the mines. For he feared they would spare no stranger that might be capable of discovering the South Sea. The Spaniards, he said, had landed before he knew what they were, and came so near him that he had much ado to escape, for they not only shot at him, but pursued him into the woods, where he climbed a tree, at the foot of which they stopped and killed several goats just by, but went off again without discovering him. He told us he was born at Largo, in the county of Fife, Scotland, and was bred a sailor from his youth. The reason of his being left there was a difference betwixt him and his captain. When left, he had with him his clothes and bedding, with a firelock, some powder, bullets and tobacco, a hatchet, a knife, a kettle, a Bible, some practical pieces, and his mathematical instruments and books. He diverted and provided for himself as well as he could, but for the first 8 months had much ado to bear up against melancholy and the terror of being alone in such a desolate place. He built 2 huts with pimento trees, covered them with long grass, and lined them with the skins of goats, which he killed with his gun as he wanted, so long as his powder lasted, which was but a pound, and that being near spent, he got fire by rubbing 2 sticks of pimento wood together on his knees. In the lesser hut, at some distance from the other, he dressed his victuals, and in the larger he slept and employed himself in reading, singing psalms, and praying, so that he said he was a better Christian while in this solitude than ever he was before, or than he was afraid he should ever be again. At first he never ate anything till hunger constrained him, partly for grief and partly for want of bread and salt. Nor did he go to bed till he could watch no longer. The pimento wood, which burnt very clear, served him both for fire and candle, and refreshed him with its pleasant smell. He might have had fish enough, but could not eat 'em, as for want of salt they made him ill, except crawfish, which are there as large as lobsters, and very good. These he sometimes boiled, and at other times broiled, as he did his goat's flesh, of which he made very good broth, for they are not so rank as ours. He kept an account of 500 that he killed while there, and caught as many more, which he marked on the ear and let go. When his powder failed, he took them by speed of foot, for his way of living and continued exercise of walking and running cleared him of all gross humours, so that he run with wonderful swiftness through the woods and up the rocks and hills, as we perceived when we employed him to catch goats for us. We had a bulldog which we sent with several of our nimblest runners to help him catch goats, but he distanced and tired both the dog and men, catched the goats, and brought 'em back to us on his back. He told us that his agility in pursuing a goat had once like to have cost him his life. He pursued it with so much eagerness that he catched hold of it on the brink of a precipice hidden by some bushes, so that he fell with the goat down the said precipice a great height, and was so stunned and bruised with the fall that he narrowly escaped with his life, and when he came to his senses found the goat dead under him. He lay there about 24 hours, and was scarce able to crawl to his hut a mile distant, or to stir abroad again in 10 days. After a while he came to relish his meat well enough without salt and bread, and in the season had plenty of good turnips, which had been sowed there by Captain Dampier's men, and have overspread some acres of ground. He had enough of good cabbage from the cabbage trees, and seasoned his meat with the fruit of the pimento tree, which is the same as the Jamaica pepper, and smells deliciously. He soon wore out all his shoes and clothing by running through the woods, and at last, being forced to shift without them, his feet became so hard that he run everywhere without annoyance, and it was some time before he could wear shoes after we found him. For not being used to any so long, his feet swelled when he first came to wear 'em. After he conquered his melancholy, he diverted himself sometimes by cutting his name on the trees, and the time of his being left, and continuance there. He was at first much pestered with cats and rats, that bred in great numbers from some of each species which had got ashore from ships that put in there to wood and water. The rats gnawed his feet and clothes while asleep, which obliged him to cherish the cats with goat's flesh, by which many of them became so tame that they would lie about him in hundreds, and soon delivered him from the rats. He likewise tamed some kids, and to divert himself would now and then sing and dance with them and his cats, so that by the care of Providence and vigor of his youth, being now about 30 years old, he came at last to conquer all the inconveniences of his solitude, and to be very easy. When his clothes wore out, he made himself a coat and cap of goatskins, which he stitched together with little thongs of the same that he cut with his knife. He had no other needle but a nail, and when his knife was wore to the back, he made others as well as he could of iron hoops that were left ashore, which he beat thin and ground upon stones. Having some linen cloth by him, he sewed himself shirts with a nail, and stitched them with the worsted of his old stockings, which he pulled out on purpose. He had his last shirt on when we found him. At his first coming on board us, says Rogers, he had so much forgot his language for want of use, that we could scarce understand him, for he seemed to speak his words by halves. We offered him a dram, but he would not touch it, having drank nothing but water since his being there, and 'twas some time before he could relish our victuals. He could give us an account of no other product of the island except some small black plums, which are very good, but hard to come at, the trees which bear 'em growing on high mountains and rocks. The climate is so good that the trees and grass are verdant all the year. He saw no venomous or savage creature, nor any sort of beast but goats on the island. The first of these having been put ashore here on purpose for a breed by Juan Fernandez, a Spaniard, who settled there with some families till the continent of Chili began to submit to the Spaniards, which tempted them to quit this island, though capable of maintaining a number of people, and of being made so strong that they could not easily be dislodged. Ringrose, in his account of Captain Sharp's voyage and other buccaneers, mentions one who had escaped ashore here out of a ship which was cast away with her company, and says he lived 5 years alone before he had an opportunity of another ship to carry him off; while Captain Dampier talks of a Mosquito Indian that belonged to Captain Walton, who, being a-hunting in the woods when the captain left the island, lived here for 3 years alone, and shifted much as Mr. Selkirk did, till Captain Dampier came hither in 1684 and carried him off. The first that went ashore was one of his countrymen, and they saluted one another, first by prostrating themselves by turns on the ground, and then embracing. But whatever there is in these stories, this of Mr. Selkirk I know to be true, and his behavior afterwards gives me reason to believe the account he gave me how he spent his time and bore up under such an affliction, in which nothing but the divine providence could have supported any man. And by this we may see that solitude and retirement from the world is not such an insufferable state of life as most men imagine, especially when people are fairly called, or thrown into it unavoidably, as this man was, who in all probability must otherwise have perished in the seas, the ship which he left being cast away not long after, when few of the company escaped. We may perceive also by his story, adds Rogers, the truth of the maxim that necessity is the mother of invention, since he found means to supply his wants in a very natural manner, so as to maintain life, though not so conveniently, yet as effectually as we are able to do with the help of all our arts and society. It may likewise instruct us how much a plain and temperate way of living conduces to the health of the body and the vigor of the mind, both which we are apt to destroy by excess and plenty, especially of strong liquor. For this man, when he came to our ordinary method of diet and life, though he was sober enough, lost much of his strength and agility. But I must quit these reflections, which are more proper for a philosopher and divine than a mariner, and return to my own subject. Which he does, and at once goes on to tell how this morning we cleared ship, unbent our sails, and got them ashore to mend and make tents for our men, while the governor, for so we called Mr. Selkirk, though we might as well have named him absolute monarch of the island, caught us 2 goats, which make excellent broth, mixed with turnip tops and other greens for our sick, they being 20 in all, but not above 2 that we account dangerous. Selkirk kept up this supply of 2 goats a day during the time the ships remained at Juan Fernandez, and no doubt the poor half-wild sailor man rather enjoyed these last goat hunts before he became absorbed into the busy monotony of sea life on board Roger's little frigate. End of The Real Robinson Crusoe, Alexander Selkirk, Narrative of His Discovery and Rescue by a British Privateer, by Woodes Rogers. Read by David Wales. Reading After 30 by Robert Cortes Holliday. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Somewhere in the mass of that splendid, highly personal journalism of his, William Hazlitt declares that he was never able to read a book through after 30. That penetrating man, Samuel Butler, reflecting in his notebooks on what audience to write for, says, "People between the ages of 20 and 30 read a good deal. After 30 their reading drops off, and by 40 is confined to each person's special subject, newspapers and magazines." 30 again, you see. We all have friends who have been omnivorous readers, persons who, to our admiration and despair, seem to have read everything in literature. It may have struck us, however, as a curious thing that, except possibly in rare instances, such persons appear not to read much now, beyond newspapers and magazines. The upshot of what they are able to say, when you ask them why this is true, is that one simply reaches a time in life when one quits reading, as one ceases to dance, or cools in interest toward the latest fashions in overcoats. But undoubtedly there are persons who continue to read, apparently with unabated industry and zest, no matter how old they may become. Dr. Johnson, of course, was a constant reader all his life, and would cheerfully read anything, whether it was readable or not. Though did not he somewhere confess to himself that he did not read things through? Mr. Huneker, who is well on the richer side of 30, would seem to read everything printed about 5 minutes after it has left the press, and before anybody else has had a chance to see it. There are so many capital letters on the pages of his own books that it makes one dizzy to look at them. Whether or not he reads through all the books he mentions is, of course, as he is a reviewer, a question. And then both Mr. Huneker and the Doctor belong to the trade, so to say. Another startlingly prodigious reader is Theodore Roosevelt, hilariously past 30, and not exclusively identified with literary shop. He is continually discovering and vigorously recommending new poets and short story writers whom professional critics have not yet had time to get around to. It does not appear that a fundamental or organic change in the composition of the human brain which inhibits reading occurs more or less suddenly at 30. Why, then, do so many reading animals cease at about that time to read? Butler does not say. Arnold Bennett, was it not, has asked what's the use of his reading more, he knows enough. Hazlitt, in his own case, surmised that the keener interest of writing rather asphyxiated the impulse to read. And doubtless that generally is about the size of it. As in the cure of the drink habit, a new and more intense interest will drive out the old. The reader, of course, is a spectator, not an active participant in the world's doings. After 30, desirable citizens of ordinary energy have little opportunity for the role of non-combatant, and the taste of action and of success, like the taste of war, makes them impatient with quieter things. Failures read more than successful men. Bachelors, no doubt, read much more than husbands, and fathers seldom are great readers. This last fact may explain the observation that even college professors do not read fanatically. When they are off a while, they play with their children. Children are great enemies everywhere to reading, who are much more real to them than study. In one of his later books, George Moore chronicles his resolve to cultivate the habit of reading, to learn to read again, and he sucks much naive pleasure from the contemplation of this prospective enterprise, but he finds it very difficult to persevere in it, and drifts away instead into reveries of what he has read. There is a thought here, however, to be hearkened to, the idea of learning to read again. What is it that happens to one in consequence of his ceasing to read? He suffers a hardening of the intellectual arteries. There are quaint old codgers one knows here and there who declare that in fiction there has been nothing since Dickens. They are delightful, of course, but one would rather see than be one. We all know many persons whose intellectual clock stopped some time ago, and there are people whose minds apparently froze at about the time when they should have begun to ripen, and which are like blocks of ice with a fish, or a volume of Huxley, inside. Nothing now can get in. At those times of earnest introspection, when one would swear off this or that, would reduce one's smoking, would adopt the principle of do it now, and so on, at those times an excellent New Year's resolution, or birthday resolution, or first day of the month resolution would be to relearn to read, to keep, as Dr. Johnson said of his friendships, one's reading continually in good repair. End of Reading After 30 by Robert Cordes Holliday. Recording by David Wales.
Excerpts from Frederica Hauffe, The Seerest of Prevost, by Justinus Kerner, translated by Catherine Crowe in 1845. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Excerpts from Frederica Hauffe, The Seerest of Prevost, by Justinus Kerner. On the Human Eye. When Mrs. Hauffe looked into the right eye of a person, she saw behind the reflected image of herself another, which appeared neither to be her own nor that of the person in whose eye she was looking. She believed it to be the picture of that person's inner self. In many persons this internal image appeared more earnest than the external, or the reverse. It bespoke the character of the person. But with many it was more beautiful and pure than the other. If she looked into the left eye, she saw immediately whatever internal disease existed, whether in the stomach, lungs, or elsewhere, and prescribed for it. In my left eye she saw prescriptions for herself, and in that of a man who had only a left eye, she saw both his inward malady and the image of his inner man. In the right eye of an animal, as a dog or a fowl, she saw a blue flame, doubtless its immortal part, or soul, of which Schubert observes, "that we often see in the eyes of an animal glimpses of a hidden secret world, as through a door, uniting the other world with this, and there frequently appears in the eyes of dying animals, uselessly slain or tortured by the hand of man, a gleam of deep self-consciousness, which is prepared to bear witness against us in the other world." She said that it was not with her fleshly, but with her spiritual eye, which lay beneath it, that she saw this second image in the eyes of others, and also discerned spirits. It was by this inner eye that Jacob Boehme beheld the whole creation, and saw into the essence, use, and properties of plants, etc., etc. The eyes of some persons immediately threw Mrs. H. into the sleep-waking state. Soap bubbles, glass, and mirrors excited her spiritual eye. A child happening to blow soap bubbles. She exclaimed, "Ah, my God! I behold in the bubbles everything I think of, although it be distant, not in little, but as large as life. But it frightens me." I then made a soap bubble, and bade her look for her child that was far away. She said she saw him in bed, and it gave her much pleasure. At another time she saw my wife, who was in another house, and described precisely the situation she was in at the moment, a point I took care immediately to ascertain. She was, however, with difficulty induced to look into these soap bubbles. She seemed to shudder, and she was afraid she might see something that would alarm her. In one of these she once saw a small coffin standing before a neighboring house. At that moment there was no child sick, but shortly afterwards the lady who lived there was confined. The child lived but a few months, and Mrs. H. saw it carried from the house in a coffin. If we wished her to recall dreams which she had forgotten, it was only necessary to make her look at a soap bubble, and her memory of them immediately returned. She often saw persons that were about to arrive at the house in a glass of water, but when she was invited to this sort of divination, and did it unwillingly, she was sometimes mistaken. Seeing with the pit of the stomach. The following phenomena are similar to those known of somnambulic persons, who could read what was laid on the pit of the stomach, or else by the sense of feeling obtained a knowledge of it. I gave Mrs. H. 2 pieces of paper carefully folded, on one of which I had secretly written, "There is a God," on the other, "There is no God." I put them into her left hand when she was apparently awake, and asked her if she felt any difference between them. After a pause she returned me the first and said, "This gives me a sensation, the other feels like a void." I repeated the experiment 4 times, and always with the same result. I then wrote on a piece of paper, "There are spectres," and on another, "There are no spectres." She laid the first on the pit of her stomach and held the other in her hand, and read them both. I then wrote, "You have seen B." When she laid the paper on the pit of her stomach, she said it made her sad, and although, when she afterwards read the contents, she could see no reason for it, yet the experiment repeated produced the same effect. Some years afterwards, when I laid a folded letter from this person in her hand, though she had no idea of what it was, the result was the same, and similar effects were produced by his presence. Many curious experiments of the same sort all tended to the conviction that writings or drawings placed on the pit of her stomach produced sensible effects according to their nature. Good news of her child made her laugh. Ill news made her sad. The name of a person who was her enemy awakened anger, and the name of Napoleon excited martial ideas, and she sang a march. Strange as these results are, repeated experiments confirm them, and, however difficult to believe, they are absolute facts. As is usually the case with sleep-wakers, Mrs. H. could clearly distinguish the internal organs of the body, especially when diseased. She saw distinctly the course of the nerves, and could describe them anatomically. The pit of the stomach. A magnetic wand with an iron point held to her right eye and directed to any distant object magnified it exceedingly. The smallest star appeared as large as the moon, and the moon so large that she could distinguish the different bright spots, but she could only discern the right side of it. The left was invisible to her. She said that the dwellers on the left side of the moon were much engaged with building, but not so happy as those on the right. I told her I thought this was mere dreaming, but she denied it, and said that her sleep-waking was a state of perfect vigilance. It is much to be regretted that the Siren was unable to leave her bed, and a long contemplation of the heavenly bodies was out of her power. When she saw people who had lost a limb, she still saw the limb attached to the body. That is, she saw the nerve projected form of the limb in the same way that she saw the nerve projected forms of dead persons. From this interesting phenomenon we may perhaps explain the sensations of persons who still have feeling in a limb that has been amputated. The invisible nerve projected form of the limb is still in connection with the visible body, and this is a satisfactory proof that after the destruction of the visible husk, the form is preserved by the nerve spirit. The old theosophist Oetinger says, quote, "The earthly husk remains in the retort, while the volatile essence ascends like a spirit, perfect in form, but void of substance." The protecting spirit. In common with all somnambules and many others who have cultivated their inner life, Mrs. H. had a visible spiritual guide. Socrates and several others have believed themselves under the guidance of a demon. This genius or demon not only warned him of approaching dangers, but others through him. It also revealed the future to him, and advised him how to act. The late wife of a respectable citizen at Heilbronn named Arnold had continually a spirit near her, who not only warned her of several impending dangers, but also informed her of the approaching visits of her friends, as well as of deaths about to take place in her family, and finally of her own. He was only once visible to her, and that was in the form of an old man, but his presence was not only felt by her but by others, and when she conversed with him they felt the air stirred as by breath. Many yet living and very credible witnesses are in possession of the most remarkable facts relating to this case. A young girl called Ludwiger in early childhood had wholly lost her speech and the use of her limbs. The mother, on her deathbed, committed the care of this helpless girl to her other daughters, and they punctually discharged the duty till the wedding day of one of them, when their charge was forgotten. But in the midst of the marriage feast the three young women suddenly remembered their neglect, and hastening to the room of the invalid, found her, to their surprise, sitting up, and learned from her lips that her mother had been there and had handed her her food. This was the only time she ever spoke during her illness, and she shortly after died. Sometimes, says Jamblusis, an unseen spirit hovers round the sleeper to avert from us pain of soul or body, and sometimes betwixt sleeping and waking, or in heaven-sent dreams, we hear a faint voice which directs us what to do. I knew a countryman who for many years performed cures by strokes, or passes. According to his own account it began thus. In his 39th year he was attacked by an excruciating pain over his right eye, which totally disabled him from work, and for which all remedies had failed. On one occasion, when it had lasted 3 days, he earnestly besought God to help him, whereupon a form appeared to him and made 7 passes with the thumb from the eye to the pit of the stomach, by which he was much relieved. And by repeating the passes himself, he was soon wholly cured. In Horst's collection of trials for witchcraft, we read of a girl who had long suffered from lameness occasioned by a distorted bone. Nothing was found efficacious, till one night the bone became straight of itself. The child waked her mother and brother, and asked if they had seen and heard the angel that had been with her. It appeared to her that something had stroked her bone, whereupon it became straight, and from that time her lameness ceased. Of the appearance of her protecting spirit, her grandmother, Smidgull, who was her constant and visible guide, Mrs. H. could never speak without being much affected. Indeed, even of all apparitions and communications from the world of spirits, she was very unwilling to converse, and never did it except when requested. Unless when dropped by accident, or when pressed to make revelations, we heard nothing of these things, however remarkable. The apparitions were injurious both to her health and spirits, but her perfect candour and entire conviction are known to many worthy persons, who learnt to understand her. At such times as the faculty of ghost-seeing was active in her, she believed herself to be awake, but she was then in that peculiar state we have denominated as the inner life. Her grandmother always appeared to her in the form she bore when alive, but in different attire. She seemed to wear a robe with a girdle, and on her head was something like a veil, which covered the hair and fell over the ears. All female spirits, without exceptions, had this head covering. We have above mentioned how it once appeared to her that she was magnetized by her protecting spirit, and how objects, whose near neighborhood was injurious to her, were removed. This happened again here, in Weissenberg, at 3 o'clock in the morning. After magnetizing her, the spirit bade her rise and write, which she did, and told her that the writing would remind her to teach her physician to magnetize her in that manner. Mrs. H. begged the spirit to magnetize her always, but it answered, "Had I the power of doing so, you would soon take up your bed and walk." As was the case at an earlier period, she still often saw a spectral form behind the person she was looking at. Sometimes this appeared to be his protecting spirit, and at others the image of his inner self. Thus, behind a woman whom she had never seen before, she once perceived a shadowy form, with slender limbs and palpitating movements. This woman proved to be a person of a most restless disposition. Another time, as she was looking from the window, an unknown person passed and saluted her, but she sprang suddenly back. And when I inquired the reason, she told me that she had seen behind a woman who had just passed a masculine, disagreeable-looking form in dark clothes. I looked out and recognized a woman of a very quarrelsome ill character, who, however, had come from a distance, and was quite near a stranger to Mrs. H. Behind a servant girl who lived with me, she often saw the form of a boy about 12 years old. I asked the girl if she had any relation of that age, but she said she had not. But she told me afterwards that, on thinking of my inquiry, she remembered that her brother, who had died when he was 3 years old, would have been just 12. This apparent increase in the age of the spirit will be touched on by and by. It will hereafter be proved, says Kant in the dream of a ghost seer, that the human soul, even in this life, is in constant communication with the spiritual world, and that these are susceptible of mutual impressions, but as long as all goes well, these impressions are unperceived. Prophetic dreams. On one occasion, Mrs. H., who was then extremely unwell, said to a very sensible woman who was about to take leave of her, "If you dream tonight what will make me better, I will take it." The lady dreamt that, passing from her chamber into another larger, she had seen several pitchers of chalybeate water, and that Mrs. H. had made a sign to her to bring her one, on which was inscribed Fockinger water. And what is more extraordinary, Mrs. H., on the same night, dreamed a corresponding dream. She obeyed the behest, and the result was what was desired. One night she dreamed that she saw her uncle's eldest daughter go out of the house with a small coffin on her head. 7 days afterwards died her own child, aged 1 year, of whose illness at that time we had not the least idea. She had related the dream to me and others on awakening. Another night she dreamed that she was crossing some water holding in her hand a piece of decaying flesh, and that meeting Mrs. N., the latter had anxiously inquired what she was going to do with it. She related this dream to us, which we were unable to interpret. 7 days afterwards Mrs. N. was delivered of a dead child, whose body was already in a state of corruption. On another night she dreamed that Mrs. L., whom she had never seen nor known, came to her weeping with a dead child in her arms, and entreating her aid. 6 weeks afterwards this lady was confined after much suffering and danger, and lost her child. One night that she slept in my house in a lower story, she dreamt that in the water tub above stairs, where she had never been, there was something that should not be there. She told me this dream, and on the following evening I had the vessel emptied and found in it an old rusty knitting needle. Mrs. H. had drank water from this barrel just before she went to sleep, and it was probable her susceptibility to the effect of metals had occasioned the dream. On the night of 28 January 1828, Mrs. H. dreamed that, being on a desert island, she saw her dead child enveloped with a heavenly light, with a wreath of flowers on his head, and a wand with buds on it in its hand. This disappeared, and she next saw me assisting a man who was bleeding, and this was succeeded by a third vision of herself suffering severe spasms, whilst a voice told her that I was sent for. This dream she related to me on the morning of the 29th. On the 30th I was sent for to a man who had been stabbed in the breast, and on the same night the third vision was explained by my being sent for to her. The interpretation of the child's appearance we did not learn. I shall now relate an instance of her foreknowledge, when she did not dream, but was in her sleep-waking state. It was on the 6th July, 1827, that, after being some time torpid, she said, "I see N in the moon, nevertheless he yet lives upon the earth, but I see him there as it were beforehand. In a quarter of a year he will die, and my father will be the first to learn his death." This person, who was then in perfect health, actually did die at the period named, and her father was the first to hear of it. The following is a remarkable prophetic dream of W. Reininger of Stuttgart, who was drowned in the Neckar, and who, as appears from his journal, lived a deep inner life. He writes in his journal, which fell into the hands of his parents after his death, that he remembered with horror a dream his father had related to him. The father dreamt that, having crossed a river, holding his son by the hand, he suddenly saw the boy sink out of the reach of assistance, and the young man adds, "If I am not mistaken, I had a similar dream, and the scene and circumstances are yet present to my imagination. My father will have forgotten it." Shortly before his death he appears by his journals to have suffered for several nights from a strange and unaccountable anxiety, and to have had also another alarming dream, the particulars of which he unfortunately does not relate. It probably referred to his approaching fate. He was drowned whilst bathing in the Neckar, whither he had gone much against his inclination. Second sight. It is well known that the gift of second sight is endemic in certain places, as in some parts of Scotland and Denmark, for example. People who have this second sight are remarked to have a piercing look, a look which I also observed in Mrs. H., when she saw spirits or herself. At the moments that this faculty is in exercise, the body of the seer is rigid, his eyelids are upraised, and he is blind and deaf to all besides, as was Mrs. H. If the seer, in the moment of second sight, touches another person or animal, that person or animal is endued with the same faculty also. A horse will break into a sweat and refuse to advance when his rider sees a vision, and horses frequently see these things when the rider does not. Horses will also often betray great uneasiness in passing over places where a body has been buried. In the year 1823, a new stall being built in the castle of Schmeidelfeld, the horse that was placed in it betrayed the greatest uneasiness. Afterwards a skeleton was found beneath the spot. In Scotland this gift is supposed by some to be hereditary, but it is not always so. A remarkable instance of second sight was observed in a minister's wife at Nienberg, she having inherited his unfortunate faculty from her father. On the 13th January 1827, Mrs. H., being seized with spasms at a very unusual hour, I endeavoured to learn from her the cause of the accident, and, when she was in a sleep-waking state, she told me that she had seen a bier, and on it a person very dear to her. It was her brother, over whom a great danger impended. He would be shot on the 18th of the month, and she pointed out how he should escape the danger, and described the assassin. It happened as she had foretold, but the shot missed him. Some time after she had another warning respecting her brother. Several times in her magnetic sleep she saw a fox, and she became aware that, in chasing this animal, he would be in imminent danger from the charge of his gun. Her brother, being warned, examined his weapon, and found that some unfriendly hand had overcharged it, and he thus escaped the danger. She was supposed to be much in rapport with this brother, he having frequently magnetized her. On the morning of the 8th of May, at 7 o'clock, she bade her sister not come too near her bed, for she felt that something invisible was approaching. She had had this feeling for an hour, and was eating her breakfast, when she saw her dead child standing by the bed, and near it her living one, which was far away. The dead one looked on her steadfastly, and pointed with the finger to the living one. The latter had a pin in its hand, which it held in its mouth. The children appeared so real and actual that she stretched out her hand to take away the pin. She cried out, "In the name of God, what is this?" And then the vision disappeared. The child, which had died when it was 9 months old, looked now as if it were 3, which is the age it would have reached had it lived, but it was light and transparent. The aspect of both was strange, something she found it impossible to describe. This sight affected her much, and she wept. She afterwards said that in 7 days hence her child would swallow a pin and die of it, and that her parents, with whom the child was, must be warned of the danger. This was done, and they wrote that on examining the child they had found a pin in its sleeve, which they had removed. 3 successive days before the death of her father, at a time that the news of his illness had not reached her, she saw, when she was awake, a coffin standing by her bed, which was covered by a mort cloth, on which lay a white cross. She was very much alarmed, and said she feared her father was dead or sick. I comforted her by suggesting that some other person might be signified. She did not know how to interpret this covered coffin, as hitherto she had either seen coffins with the likeness of the person about to die lying in them, or the likeness of the person about to be sick, looking into them. On the morning of 2nd of May came the news of her father's illness. On the same evening he died, whilst she in her sleep was much distressed, and intimated that she saw something grievous, which she would not tell us in order that she might not know it when she was awake. On the next came the news of his death. 3 times when awake she saw her mother-in-law looking into a coffin. 7 days afterwards this lady fell ill, but she recovered. When Mrs. H. saw the image of a person lying dead in a coffin, it predicted their approaching death, if alive, a severe illness. End of excerpts from Frederica Hauffe, The Seerest of Prevost, by Justinus Kerner, translated by Catherine Crowe in 1845. Charles Sibbern, Hans Martensen, and Soren Kierkegaard, by Frederica Bremer, translated by Mary Howitt. From the Western Literary Messenger, Volume 14, No. 4, June 1850, pages 182 to 183, published in Buffalo, New York. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The May number of Spartans magazine contains an article written for that work by Miss Bremer and translated into English by Mary Howitt, entitled Life in the North. We give the following extract from this article. Living Philosophers in Denmark. Philosophy has, only of late, opened its eye in the North. But when it has done so, it is with a glance peculiar to the North. That glance penetrates to the central region of life, to the depths, to the heights. It seizes upon the organic centre and makes it its point of vision for the survey of the world. Tycho Brahe, who lived in the 18th century, may perhaps be considered as the first philosopher in Denmark. His work on the effects of Christianity on the nations showed a profound mind and great historical penetration. But the philosophical spirit has its new birth in Denmark with Charles F. Sibbern. Sibbern in his youth was possessed by an excessive sensibility. He passed through every kind of suffering of which the human heart is susceptible, through every shade of the most violent pangs to its most subtle nervous pains. In the posthumous letters of Gabriel he has preserved to the world the remembrance of this period. But the new Werther was not overcome by his sorrows. He overcame them by a union with the higher powers of life, and thus his sorrows became the wings which bore him to a higher development of his own being. During his solitary wanderings into wood and meadow, he turned the eye of contemplation down into his own breast. He now placed before himself the old rule, know thyself, as the point from which his new intellectual life should begin. His feelings grew into thoughts, his thoughts became systematized, and these produced his excellent work, Psychological Pathology, the fruit of a large and warm heart, as well as a strong logical brain, a mind of deep inspired observation, conceived in the noblest philosophy of life. Sibbern's philosophy is a philosophy of life, the ground of which is peculiarly adapted to the people of the North. It is not the abstractions of Fichte, removed from the actual by a proud intellectual life, which triumphs over pain, over combat, over weakness and sorrow, over all the struggling constitution of humanity. It is not that of Hegel, a sublimating of existence into thought and understanding as being the only real, and in consequence giving a somewhat depreciating view of the life of the heart and of feeling. No, It is a philosophy of life which embraces with love and power the whole of life, life in all its greatness, its littleness, its sweetness, its bitterness, in a word, in all its truth. It is a philosophy of life which regards combat as a condition of the glory of life, which considers suffering and sorrow as the purifying flames out of which the phoenix of life supplies itself anew with stronger, with more of beautiful wings. Thus has the philosophical consciousness of the North adopted the primitive understanding of life peculiar to the North, that which is expressed in the myth of the life of the gods and heroes in Valhalla, in which every day is a combat, but combat a sport, and every night a feast of victory. The letters of Gabriel have the same relationship to Sibbern's pathology that the flower has to the fruit, and he who becomes acquainted with the author of these works cannot but wish that he would continue the letters of Gabriel, and show us in a biography how suffering and combat may produce fruit in life and in science, how the noble enthusiast may become a wise man, how the suffering youth may change into the most happy and admirable of old men. But it is not Sibbern alone, it is all the great minds of Denmark at the time who pay homage to the philosophy of life. And if you inquire of this from those young men with silvery locks, Münster, Grundtvig, and the brothers Orsted, Sibbern, Engelmann, all so different minds in science and in genius, you would hear them all acknowledge the same view of life, hear them all express words which make it a pleasure to live, nay, even to suffer. You will perceive in them that the race of Ynglinga is not extinct, that it still lives in the North. The theologian philosopher H. Martensen is in eminent meaning a spiritual sower. Young yet, and in the prime of his mental powers, he scatters around him through his living word, and through his philosophical writings, highly prized in Sweden and Germany as well as in Denmark, the seeds of a new development of religious life in the Church and in science, and this through a prominent understanding of its being, through the explication of the life of faith by the life of reason, through the union of the deep feeling with the logical intellect. In his systematic exposition of the Christian doctrine, which is shortly expected from the press, a full statement of his view is looked for. But what is known of these views from the works he has already published, it is hoped that it will lead to a new birth in the life of the Church, in great and in small, in the state and in the solitary heart. The extraordinary clearness and distinctness with which this richly gifted mind can set forth in words the most profound speculative philosophy, together with his interesting and genial mode of expression, make him a popular writer. In his systematic exposition of Christian doctrine, we expect to find a work not alone for the learned. It is high time that theology is made popular. Our Lord made himself so 1800 years ago. While Martensen, with his wealth of genius cast from his central position light upon every sphere of existence, upon all the phenomena of life, Søren Kierkegaard stands like another Simon Stylites upon his solitary column, with his eye unchangeably fixed upon one point. Upon this he places his microscope and examines its minutest atoms, scrutinizes its most fleeting movements, its innermost changes. Upon this he lectures, upon this he writes, again and again, infinite volumes. Everything exists for him in this one point, but this point is the human heart. And as he ever reflects his changing heart in the eternal unchangeable, in that which became flesh and dwelt among us, and as he, amidst his wearisome logical wanderings, often says divine things, he is found in the gay, lively Copenhagen not a small public, and that principally of ladies. The philosophy of the heart must be near to them. Of the philosopher who treats on the subject, people say good and bad, and wonderful things. Solitary lives he who wrote for the solitary. Inaccessible, in fact known by no one. During the day he may be seen passing up and down the most crowded streets of Copenhagen, and in the midst of the throng, and by night light is seen to shine within his solitary house. Rich, independent, he appears to be rather of a jaundiced and irritable temper, which will quarrel with the sun if it shines otherwise than as he wished. For the rest, in him is seen something of that metamorphosis of which he liked to write, which he has experienced in himself, and which has led him from a sceptical waverer through sorrow and trembling to the hill of light, from which he now expatiates with inexhaustible power upon the gospel of suffering, upon the deeds of love, and the inner mysteries of life. Søren Kierkegaard belongs to those few introverted characters who have been met with from the remotest time in the north, though oftener in Sweden than in Denmark, and it is to his kindred spirits that he talks about the Sphinx in the human breast, that silent, enigmatical, above all mighty heart. From the problem of the inner life we now pass to the outer, to that which the great struggle of the day is endeavoring to solve. There appears to be a gulf between these, but we do not regard it as such, and we will cast some light upon that. End of Charles Sibbern, Hans Martensen, and Søren Kierkegaard, by Frederica Bremer, translated by Mary Howitt, from the Western Literary Messenger, Volume 14, Number 4, June 1850, pages 182 to 183, published Buffalo, New York.
Some Explanations in Reply to Mr. Bradley, by Bertrand Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Landon D.C. Elkind at the University of Iowa in Iowa City, Iowa. Some Explanations in Reply to Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bradley's very courteous examination in the April Mind of some of the views advocated in my Principles of Mathematics calls for some explanations, not by way of polemic, but by way of elucidation. I shall not attempt, in what follows, to give the grounds for my views, since that would require a volume, but only to state, as clearly as I can, what they are and what they are not, how far I admit the justice of Mr. Bradley's criticisms, and how far I believe that they can be answered. I hold, as Mr. Bradley states, that mathematical truth is wholly and ultimately true, and that the contradictions with which it has appeared to be infected can all be removed by patience in distinguishing and defining. These contradictions are broadly of two kinds, not sharply distinguishable, namely, those which are specifically mathematical, such as the traditional difficulties concerning infinity, and those which, though relevant to mathematics, belong properly to general philosophy. It is especially the second kind of difficulties with which Mr. Bradley is concerned. It has seemed to me that these difficulties were all connected with a certain doctrine as to the nature of relations, which, though widely held, has been, so far as my knowledge goes, more explicitly and effectively advocated by Mr. Bradley than by any other philosopher. I shall not here repeat my reasons for rejecting this view, but shall content myself with trying to state my view. Mr. Bradley finds an inconsistency in my simultaneous advocacy of a strict pluralism and of "unities which are complex and which cannot be analyzed into terms and relations." it would seem that everything here turns upon the sense in which such unities cannot be analysed. I do not admit that, in any strict sense, unities are incapable of analysis. On the contrary, I hold that they are the only objects that can be analysed. What I admit is that no enumeration of their constituents will reconstitute them, since any such enumeration gives us a plurality, not a unity. But I do not admit that they are not composed of their constituents, and what is more to the purpose, I do not admit that their constituents cannot be considered truly unless we remember that they are their constituents. The view which I reject holds, if I understand it aright, that the fact that an object x has a relation R to an object y implies complexity in x and y. That is, it implies something in the natures of x and y in virtue of which they are related by the relation R. It seems to be held that otherwise all relations would be purely fortuitous, and might just as well have been other than they are, and this, it is thought, would be intolerable. This opinion seems to rest upon some law of sufficient reason, some desire to show that every truth is necessary. I am inclined to think that a large part of my disagreement with Mr. Bradley turns on a disagreement as to the notion of necessity. I do not myself admit necessity and possibility as fundamental notions. It appears to me that fundamentally truths are merely true in fact, and that the search for a sufficient reason is mistaken. I can see many ways of defining necessity which will account for its common uses. We may call a proposition necessary when it follows from a proposition known to be true, or when it can be known without empirical evidence, or when what is affirmed would be equally true of any other subject. And whatever meaning of necessity we adopt, we obtain, of course, a corresponding meaning of possibility. A proposition is possible when its contradictory is not necessary. But none of the above meanings of necessity and possibility justify the traditional doctrines as to modality, or the objection which philosophers are apt to feel a mere fact. I do not mean to deny that one fact is often deducible from another, but such deducibility is in turn a fact. That is, it has no modal property of necessity not possessed by the facts which it relates. To return to relations, I maintain that there are such facts as that x has the relation R to y, and that such facts are not in general reducible to, or inferable from, a fact about x only and a fact about y only. They do not imply that x and y have any complexity, or any intrinsic property distinguishing them from a z and a w which do not have the relation R. This is what I mean when I say that relations are external. But I maintain also, and it is here that Mr. Bradley sees an inconsistency, that whenever we have two terms x and y related by a relation R, we have also a complex, which we may call xRy, consisting of the two terms so related. This is the simplest example of what I call a complex, or a unity. What is called analysis consists in the discovery of the constituents of a complex. A complex differs from the mere aggregate of its constituents, since it is one, not many, and the relation which is one of its constituents enters into it as an actually relating relation, and not merely as one member of an aggregate. I confess I am at a loss to see how this is inconsistent with the above account of relations, and I suspect that the meaning which I attach to the word external is different from Mr. Bradley's meaning. In fact, he seems to mean by an external relation a relation which does not relate. The word implication occurs very frequently in my writings, and I am afraid I did not state with sufficient emphasis that, for technical purposes, I was using this word in a technical sense, different from its usual sense. For the purposes of symbolic logic, it is convenient to define P implies Q in the widest manner which will enable us, when we know that P implies Q and that P is true, to infer that Q is true. The widest meaning of P implies Q, which will secure that, is either P is false or Q is true, where the alternatives are to be taken as not mutually exclusive. Footnote 1. I have stated this with, I think, the necessary clearness in the American Journal of Mathematics, Volume 30, page 245. Quote, P implies Q is to mean P is false or Q is true. I do not mean to affirm that implies cannot have any other meaning, but only that this meaning is the one which it is most convenient to give to implies in symbolic logic. End of quote. In the Principles, I define disjunction in terms of implication, rather than vice versa, but this is merely a question of taste and convenience. End of footnote 1. With this meaning of implication, it seems plain that the consequences of which Mr. Bradley speaks, page 180, are not involved. On the question of implication, there is, however, a substantial as well as a verbal difference between Mr. Bradley's views and mine. I admit that, in inference, we use a relation somewhat different from that which I have defined as implication. When we infer, the premise and the implication are known to us first, and are the means by which we come to know the conclusion. This requires that the premise and conclusion should be so related as to enable us to perceive the implication, and this in turn requires some formal relation between premise and conclusion, such as those considered in the rules of formal logic. But this formal relation is only required in order that we may perceive the implication, and what we perceive when we perceive the implication is that either the premise is false or the conclusion is true. Thus, implication, as above defined, is still the fundamental logical concept, and what is further required for inference is psychological, namely such conditions as shall enable us to perceive the implication without knowing first whether the conclusion is true or the premise false. The view advocated by Mr. Bradley, that what can be inferred is always, in some sense, already contained in the premise, is one which I cannot accept. I shall return to this point in connection with negation. The next question raised is the question whether a term can be related to itself. Here the question is, I think, partly, though only partly, solved by pointing out the sense in which I use the word relation. For my purposes, any proposition of which x and y are constituents asserts a relation of x to y, and the proposition which results from replacing x and y by z and w asserts the same relation between z and w. Thus, in order to be able to assert that a term may be related to itself, it is only necessary to show that a term may occur twice in one proposition. For example, x plus y is equal to 4 asserts a relation between x and y, and since 2 plus 2 is equal to 4, this relation is one which 2 has to itself. Mr. Bradley would, no doubt, deny that the selfsame term, without any diversity, could occur twice, either in the same proposition or in two different propositions. This question is connected with the fundamental question as to the nature of relations. Mr. Bradley invites me to say that a term is diverse from itself on the ground that, quote, it is all one to the term what its relations are. End of quote. Page 181. There is here an appeal to the law of sufficient reason, and an assumption that, if there is nothing in the nature of the term to compel it to have one relation to itself rather than another, it must have both relations to itself or neither. What was said above about necessity seems to cover this case. I should say that it is a fact that every term is identical with itself and not diverse from itself. As for the assertion that "diversity is required for a relation," page 181, I can only say that no reason is alleged for holding this view, and that, for my part, I see no reason to hold it. As regards what Mr. Bradley says about the idea of class, I find myself largely in agreement with him. The theory of classes which I set forth in my Principles was avowedly unsatisfactory. Footnote 1, "In the case of classes, I must confess I have failed to perceive any concept fulfilling the conditions requisite for the notion of class, and the contradiction discussed in Chapter 10 proves that something is amiss, but what this is I have hitherto failed to discover." Principles, prefatory pages 5 to 6. Footnote 1. I did not, at that time, see any way of stating the elementary propositions of arithmetic without employing the notion of class. I have, however, since that time discovered that it is possible to give an interpretation to all propositions which verbally employ classes, without assuming that there really are such things as classes at all. Footnote 2. I have explained briefly how this is to be done in the American Journal of Mathematics. Local citation, footnote 2. Apart from other contradictions, the fact that a class, if there is such a thing, must be both one and many constitutes a difficulty. That it is meaningless, as Mr. Bradley contends, to regard a class as being or not being a member of itself, must be assumed for the avoidance of a more mathematical contradiction. But I cannot see that this could be meaningless if there were such things as classes. The theory that there are no such things as classes avoids at once the difficulties raised by Mr. Bradley, and the difficulties with which I endeavour to contend in the Principles. The general contention that classes are a mere falcon de parler has, of course, been often advanced, but it has not been accompanied by an exact account of what this manner of speaking really means, or by an interpretation of arithmetic in accordance with this contention, and such an accompaniment was essential before a philosophy of mathematics could dispense with classes. On the subject of zero quantity, as opposed to the number zero, I am no longer prepared wholly to defend the view which Mr. Bradley has criticized, but the correction which it requires while avoiding the difficulties (I can hardly admit that they are contradictions) emphasized by him introduces no change of philosophic importance. The question of the definition of quantitative zero now seems to me one of mainly technical interest, not one of interest to philosophy. The subject of negation, on the contrary, is of the highest interest to philosophy, and I fully admit that it calls for more notice than I have given it. I do not think, however, that negation offers any special difficulty in the logic which I advocate. Indeed, I am led to hesitate, not by being unable to think of any theory of negation which would be tenable, but by the fact that two different theories appear prima facie equally tenable. In a negative judgment, we may place the negation either in the act or in that which is judged. In the first case, there will be no such thing as believing a negative proposition. There will merely be disbelief in positive propositions. In the second case, there will be both positive and negative propositions, and negation will, in the case of negative judgments, be part of the content of that which we believe. There are no doubt arguments to be found which would decide between these two theories, or perhaps in favour of some mediating theory. Meanwhile, I cannot, as yet, find any fundamental objection to either view. Mr. Bradley's contention that such notions as a man or any man contain an element of negation is one which I cannot admit. "A man," he says, appears to assert one instance of man and to deny more than one man. End of quote, page 183. It is, of course, undeniable that a man implies the denial of more than one man. But it does not follow that this denial is part of its content. Such a view involves the assumption, implicit in many such arguments, that all inference is essentially analytic, that whatever can be inferred from a proposition is necessarily part of that proposition. This view appears to me to be erroneous, and to be connected with the theory of relations upon which most of my disagreements with Mr. Bradley depend. Exactly similar remarks apply to any, every, all, and some. In all these cases, the negation appears to me to be merely implied, and to be no part of the content. It is, of course, highly probable that there are difficulties in my position which I have failed to appreciate. Meanwhile, the chief hope of philosophical progress seems to lie in the endeavour to discover clearly the exact points of difference between divergent views. For example, it appears self-evident to Mr. Bradley that a relation implies diverse terms, whereas to me this appears by no means self-evident. Such a state of things is eminently unsatisfactory, and seems to lead to a deadlock. In favour of the premises from which I start, there is, however, a kind of inductive argument. They allow much more truth to science and common sense than is allowed by the opposite premises, and they do not require us to quote, condemn almost without a hearing the great mass of phenomena. End of quote. I should not lay stress upon this argument, but for the fact that, where there is a dispute as to fundamentals, more strictly philosophical arguments become impossible. The progress of philosophy seems to demand that, like science, it should learn to practice induction, to test its premises by the conclusions to which they lead, and not merely by their apparent self-evidence. To reject such a test is to assume, what none but a philosopher would assume, that metaphysical theories have a greater degree of certainty than the facts of science and of daily life. B. Russell. End of Some Explanations in Reply to Mr. Bradley by Bertrand Russell.
The Sunspots of August 1916 by E.W. Maunder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Sunspots of August 1916 by E.W. Maunder from The Observatory, Volume 41, March 1918, pages 129 to 130. The solar surface was less disturbed in August 1916 than in any other month since the beginning of the year. Only one remarkable outburst calls for notice. A few very small spots formed on the central meridian on August 18, but developed so rapidly that by the following day the group, number 7803, had become a vast composite spot roughly in the shape of the letter F. It had expanded still further by August 20, but broke up later into a compact cluster, mostly consisting of composite spots, and diminished steadily until it reached the west limb on August 24. It returned to the visible hemisphere on September 7 as still a group of very great extent. Notes on the principal spot groups. Group 7789. Return of group 7769. Third apparition. A very stable, regular spot with dark, well-defined umbra, which was approximately circular throughout the apparition. Area on August 5 about 113 millionths of the Sun's visible hemisphere. Group 7796. Return of group 7772. A large regular spot with occasionally a small companion. A number of small spots appeared suddenly in front of the group on August 22nd, and the large spot, apparently new, replaced all the rest of the group on August 23rd, but the group was then too close to the west limb for its exact composition to be detected. Area 174 on August 12th. Group 7797. Two very small spots on August 12, both of which developed on the succeeding days, the leader becoming first a compact cluster and then a composite spot, the follower increasing in size but remaining single. Area 189 on August 14th. Group 7803, the chief group of the month, described above. Its area from August 18th to 23rd varied as follows: 17, 523, 1125, 1084, 760, 713, and on August 24th, when close to the west limb, it was measured as 533. Rotation 841 began 1916 August 3.110. Rotation 842 began 1916 August 30.347. E. Walter Maunder. End of The Sunspots of August 1916 by E. Walter Maunder.
The Teaching of Euclid by Bertrand Russell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Landon D.C. Elkind at the University of Iowa in Iowa City, Iowa. The Teaching of Euclid. It has been customary when Euclid, considered as a textbook, is attacked for his verbosity or his obscurity or his pedantry, to defend him on the ground that his logical excellence is transcendent and affords an invaluable training to the youthful powers of reasoning. This claim, however, vanishes on a close inspection. His definitions do not always define, his axioms are not always indemonstrable, his demonstrations require many axioms of which he is quite unconscious. A valid proof retains its demonstrative force when no figure is drawn, but very many of Euclid's earlier proofs fail before this test. The first proposition assumes that the circles used in the construction intersect, an assumption not noticed by Euclid because of the dangerous habit of using a figure. We require as a lemma, before the construction can be known to succeed, the following. If A and B be any two given points, there is at least one point C whose distances from A and B are both equal to the line segment AB. This lemma may be derived from an axiom of continuity. The fact that in elliptic space it is not always possible to construct an equilateral triangle on a given base shows also that Euclid has assumed the straight line to be not a closed curve, an assumption which certainly is not made explicit. When these facts are taken account of, it will be found that the first proposition has a rather long proof, and presupposes the fourth. We require the axiom, on any straight line there is at least one point whose distance from a given point on or off the line exceeds a given distance. The fourth proposition is a tissue of nonsense. Superposition is a logically worthless device, for if our triangles are spatial, not material, there is a logical contradiction in the notion of moving them, while if they are material, they cannot be perfectly rigid, and when superposed, they are certain to be slightly deformed from the shape they had before. What is presupposed, if anything analogous to Euclid's proof is to be retained, is the following very complicated axiom. Given a triangle ABC and a straight line DE, there are two triangles, one on either side of DE, having their vertices at D and one side along DE, and equal in all respects to the triangle ABC. This axiom presupposes the definition of the two sides of a line, for which see below. When the existence of a triangle thus equal in all respects to ABC is assured, we can prove that the triangle considered in the fourth proposition is this triangle. The sixth proposition requires an axiom which may be stated as follows. If OAA', OBB', OCC' be three lines in a plane meeting two transversals in A, B, C, A', B', C' respectively, and if O be not between A and A', nor B and B', nor C and C', or be between in all three cases, then, if B be between A and C, B' is between A' and C'. This axiom is the basis of the measurement of angles by distances, and is required for proving that if D be on AB and BD be less than BA, the triangle DBC is less than the triangle ABC. The seventh proposition is so thoroughly fallacious that Euclid would have done better not to attempt a proof. In the first place, it uses an undefined term in the enunciation, namely, on the same side. The definition requires an axiom and may be set forth as follows. Given a line AB and a point C with regard to any point D in the plane ABC, three cases may arise. 1. The straight line CD does not meet AB. 2. CD meets AB, produced if necessary, in a point not between C and D. 3. CD meets AB in a point between C and D. In cases 1 and 2, C and D are said to be on the same side of AB. In case 3, on opposite sides. The above very complicated axiom is better replaced by the following two. 1. Given 3 points A, B, C, a point D between B and C, and a point G between A and D, BG produced meets AC in a point between A and C. 2. A, B, C, D being as before, and E being between A and C, AD and BE meet in a point between A and D, and also between B and E. Footnote: Confer Pasch, Vorlesungen über nur Geometrie, Leipzig, 1882, Piano I Principi di Geometria, Turin, 1889. End of footnote. The definition of between is long, and I omit it here for want of space. The proof of Book 1, Proposition 7 further assumes that if C and D be on the same side of AB, then if CB is between CA and CD, DA is between DC and DB, while if CB is between CD and AC produced, then AD produced is between DC and DB. This is a very complicated assumption of which Euclid is to all appearance completely ignorant. The assumption may be stated more simply as follows. Of 3 lines in a plane starting from a point, either there is one which is between the other two, or else any one of them produced is between the other two. But in this statement, the meaning of between has to be carefully defined. Book 1, Proposition 8 involves the same fallacy as Book 1, Proposition 4, and requires the same axiom as to the existence of congruent triangles in different places. In the following propositions, we require the equality of all right angles, which is not a true axiom since it is demonstrable. Footnote: Confer Hilbert, Grundlagen der Geometrie, Leipzig, 1899, page 16. End of footnote. Book 1, Proposition 12, involves the assumption that a circle meets a line in 2 points or in none, which has not been in any way demonstrated. Its demonstration requires an axiom of continuity, by the help of which the circle can be dispensed with as an independent figure. Book 1, Proposition 16 is false in elliptic space, although Euclid does not explicitly employ any assumption which fails for that space. Implicitly, he uses the following: if ABC be a triangle, and E the middle point of AC, and if BE be produced to F so that BE equals EF, then CF is between CA and BC produced. In spaces where the straight line is not a closed series, this follows from the axioms mentioned in connection with Book 1, Proposition 6, and Book 1, Proposition 7. No other points of interest, except that Book 1, Proposition 26 involves the same fallacy as Book 1, Proposition 4 and Book 1, Proposition 8, arise until we come to parallels, and the treatment of parallels in Euclid is, so far as I know, wholly free from logical defects. Many more general criticisms might be passed on Euclid's methods and on his conception of geometry, but the above definite fallacies seem sufficient to show the value of his work as a masterpiece of logic has been very grossly exaggerated. End of The Teaching of Euclid by Bertrand Russell.
Unto Me by Walter Rauschenbusch, published October 1912. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Unto Me. The religious quality of social work. When Jesus looked forward to the great climax of history, the Last Judgment, he saw it as a process by which the inner significance of their own actions and relations would be revealed to men. Those men on his right hand whom he welcomed to their reward had never realized the high quality of their own actions. Here was a man who had seen a workmate in the heat of the harvest time eating a crust, and he had shared the contents of his dinner pail with him and gone on half rations himself. Here was another who had seen a footsore and dusty stranger limping into the village at dusk, and had taken him home, helped him clean up, and turned over his bed to him, while he slept on the earthen floor. That one yonder had restored the self-respect of a poor neighbor by setting him up in a new suit of clothes. This one had visited a poor debtor pining in prison, and brought him food and human comfort in his hopelessness. They all thought they had done it for folks, for dusty, sweaty, tired, discouraged individuals. But Jesus says, "Oh no, ye did it unto me. My life is so identified with my brethren that when ye fed and clothed them, ye fed and clothed me. God is living in these worn human bodies. When ye comforted them, ye comforted God." And those others on the left side, they too had not realized the gravity of their own actions. "Lord, when saw we thee hungry, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee?" They had seen a questionable stranger at their door, and had shaken their heads. They had not felt that they had any call to visit the disreputable persons imprisoned for debt, but thereby they had isolated themselves from their kind and missed contact with God who dwells in humanity. They failed to reckon with the social consciousness of Christ and with God's sense of social solidarity. And so they stand on the left side of the judge, astonished and perplexed. We are all blind to the religious significance of our own lives. We are always in danger of doing high and holy things in a petty and worldly way. The ministers of religion have often been mere slaves of the temple, dusting the sacred implements with fussy zeal, but forgetful of the awful presence of the God. The ministers of charity are the same grade of men and in the same temptation. They may grow absorbed in oiling the wheels of their charitable machine, and love to hear it purr, but fail to realize how holy their work really is. Jesus was always uncovering the spiritual meaning in the common actions of life. To him the giving of a cup of cold water was a sacrament of humanity. Social workers are dealing with people, with folks, in a very human way, but they are also dealing with the Christ, who is the champion and Saviour of the people, and with the eternal God, in whom these men live and move and have their being. Social work is a Christian work. Social workers are in the direct line of apostolic succession. Like the Son of Man, they seek and save the lost. Their work is redemptive work. When they loosen the clutch of greed from the thin arm of the child worker, when they guide the immigrant safely past the grasping hands to a place where he can work and establish his home in cleanliness and hope, when they put eyes on the fingertips of the blind, when they lead the deaf out of the prison house of loneliness and give them speech with their kind, when they save the demoniacs of alcoholism, when they seek to turn our prisons into institutions of social healing and education, instead of being steamrollers and stone crushers of humanity. When they try to change the cold stare of respectability with which we Pharisees have always regarded the fallen woman into a Christ-like look of sympathy and understanding, they are treading step by step in the footprints of Jesus of Nazareth. They are doing with modern scientific methods and with the large resources of modern organization what he did in Galilee. And they have a right to feel the nearness and love of their Heavenly Father in doing it, just as he felt it. They are doing Christian work when they do social work, even if they themselves disclaim religious motives, or even repudiate religious faith. Jesus found society nicely separated into pious people on the one side and publicans and sinners on the other. But he found the classification not in harmony with the facts. The publicans and harlots were showing all the symptoms of religion, and the Pharisees turned their backs on God whenever they had a chance. He formulated this remarkable observation in a little parable. He said a man had 2 sons and asked both to go to work in the vineyard. One politely assured his father that he would, but he stayed in the rocking chair on the veranda. The other grumbled that he wouldn't, but he got on the job. Jesus wanted to know which of the 2 did the will of his Father. I judge that he would have a friendly sense of companionship with a social worker who doubted the immortality of the soul more than with an orthodox man who paid the soul $6 a week for 10-hour labor. Whenever the National Conference of Charities and Correction meets, it means more than the deliberations of a few hundred men and women. It is the collective mind of our nation focused on questions of salvation. The intelligence which they bring to bear on problems of housing or prison reform is not merely their personal cleverness, but the accumulated social wisdom of mankind, which has been slowly secreted and distilled by the thought and labor of generations of men and women who loved poor humanity and desired its salvation. The righteous and loving will that throbs and vibrates through such gatherings is a manifestation of vaster spiritual forces. All the past is there. The dead saints and prophets of humanity are there. They left the impact of their indignation and compassion in society, and that has created the growing sense of social solidarity. Their life has been wrought into the continuous common life of the race as its noblest fibre. But back of the moral leaders of mankind was Jesus Christ, whose mind and spirit was working in their hearts and intellects. No gathering of social workers today can dissociate its thoughts and emotions from him, or understand its own forces without realizing the presence of God. Love for God demands love for men. Men tell us that religion ought to have an ethical outcome, and that love to God is inseparable from love to men. They say it as if that were a new discovery. It ought to be a truism by this time. It was once the passionate message of the Hebrew prophets, and was embodied in the Christian religion as one of its axiomatic doctrines. Whosoever doeth not righteousness is not of God, neither he that loveth not his brother. For this is the message which ye heard from the beginning, that we should love one another. These words were meant to repudiate the claim to Christian standing of any man whose religion was not grounded deep in active and passionate goodwill toward men. Moreover, in Christianity, love must mean more than mild benevolence of feeling. Love gets its Christian definition from the personality of Jesus and from his death. Hereby have we come to a comprehension of love, by the fact that he laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our life for the brethren. But whoso hath the world's goods, and beholdeth his brother in need, and shutteth up his compassion from him, how doth the love of God abide in him? This passage shows how swiftly a Christian mind passed from the nature of love as defined by the death of Christ to social action in matters of property relations. Thus the insistence that love to God must have its immediate result and counterpoise in love for men is one of the rudiments of Christian faith and feeling. But that does not exhaust the relations between the love of God and the love of man. The causal relation runs the other way too. Love for men trains the love for God. It is by loving men that we enter into a living love for God. Social work may be a gateway to conscious religion. An actual love for God is a commonplace in religious talk, but it is not a common thing in fact. Aristotle questioned if so high a feeling were possible. To have a strong sense of desire and joy and fellowship going out toward that great, unseen, intangible power which fills the universe is nothing slight, but the highest attainment in the evolution of character, the fragrant blossoming of our spiritual nature. We assume that love to God must come first and is the proper starting point and foundation for the love of man. Is it not just as much the other way? The love of man is our concrete object lesson in the kindergarten of love, and if we learn that well, and as fast as we learn that well, the love of God grows in us, and we become religious. This is biblical doctrine. He that loveth not his brother whom he hath seen, how can he love God whom he hath not seen? He that will not learn the multiplication tables, which are easy, how can he comprehend algebra, which is hard? No man hath beheld God at any time. If we love one another, God abideth in us, and his love is perfected in us. In other words, God is invisible and inaccessible in himself. But if we love one another, we make a place for him in our own life, and will realize him and his love. To love men, then, is an avenue to the living experience of God. There may be other paths that lead to him, such as the solitary search for truth, or the lonely way of mystic contemplation. But love is the surest way with fewest pitfalls, the broad way open to all sorts and conditions of men, and the way consecrated by Jesus Christ. We should expect, therefore, that those who are engaged in social work with a really loving spirit will find religion growing in them. If their religion in the past has been merely formal, it ought to grow warm and living. If it has been in the immature stage of dogmatism and ritualism, it ought to come to freedom and maturity. We must even look in social work for that most difficult triumph in the breeding of religion, the restoration of conscious religion where it was dead. Social work brings a new experience of religion. We all have our private religious history, and most of us have suffered in the course of it. As modern men we have passed through the scientific and philosophical doubt of this age of transition. For many of us the pillars that used to support religion in our childhood have crumbled and fallen. If we have always kept a roof over our heads, mid all the stormy winds that blow, we have been fortunate. The number of educated men and women who have had a time when they regarded themselves as non-religious is probably greater than we know. Some social workers have turned from the collapse of their religion to social work as the best thing left to them after the wreck, as the worthiest substitute for the beauty of the religion which they had lost. But some of them at least are watching the growth of a new religious life in their minds. It may be timid and unostentatious, like a woodland anemone, but it is absolutely their own. It was not sown in straight rows by the drilling machine of the church. It is the product of their own seeking and experience, and they love it almost too much to talk of it. Social workers, if they are really candid observers of the facts of human life and not merely doctrinaires, are compelled to realize the tremendous and subtle power of religion in actual life. They find it exerting moral control over passion, stimulating growth in character in the young, occasionally even exerting a transforming power in mature persons that seems almost miraculous. They encounter religion as one of the great realities of life, and if they are open-minded toward reality, they learn to bow to it. They even begin to cooperate with its forces, and to summon them to their aid, and no man can cast out devils in the name of Christ, and then speak lightly of him. The mysteriousness of life awakens the religious sense within them as they handle it, for human life becomes more mysterious the better we know it. Humanum capix divini, said an ancient thinker. We meet some plain man, some homely little woman, rough and unpromising pebbles on the shores of life. We get to know them well, and we discover in them contritions and aspirations, heroisms and agonies. We hold a human hand, but we can feel God's life pulsing in it if we know where to feel for the pulse. If we have failed to find anything beautiful and divine in any life whatever, it is probably because we do not yet know it well enough, or because our social inexperience or our prejudices keep us from seeing. That is what Jesus wanted to emphasize in that judgment scene, that every atom of humanity has a divine value and significance as such, not simply the choice specimens of mankind, but the little ones, so that anything done to the least is done to God. We are never in doubt of the mystic value of a human being when it happens to be our own child. God isn't either. These are the experiences that come to us in social work, and the valuations we gain through it if it really does its work in us. Indeed, this is one of the tests of our social work. Has it brought us this insight? Is it distilling wonder and reverence, tenderness and awe in us? Has our work for men quickened and deepened our sense of God? If it has not, then it has not done much for us, and it is questionable if it has done anything lasting for others. God can raise up hustlers and busybodies almost anywhere. They are cheap, the human brothers of the clinking machines in our factories. On the other hand, if our work for men is earning us the tremendous perquisite of a living knowledge of God, let us be thankful and go ahead. It is worth a lifetime to get that. Social work and the cross of Christ. Someone may say that these religious experiences of which we have spoken are vague and misty, and not specifically Christian. I should reply that on the contrary, they may be more peculiarly Christian than any other kind of religious experience. Social workers know that genuine social work is nothing soft-handed and perfumed. It is exhausting, baffling, dirty work that often takes them among ugly sights, vile sounds, and what is perhaps hardest for some of us, bad smells. It loads them up with the troubles of others, and they bear their griefs and carry their sorrows, like the one who was a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. Any social work that deals with the cause of misery involves fighting, for the causes of misery are never only in the people who are miserable, they are chiefly in those who profit by their misery. The lower tenth of society is submerged because the upper tenth is riding on the other 9/10 and putting the heads of some under water. The word redemption means literally emancipation and liberation from slavery. It involves making the exploiters quit exploiting, but if anyone tries to make them stop, they will strike back and hurt him. No one will move very far on the way of social relief without colliding with strong and active forces, perhaps with the controlling forces of society, and being punished for his interference with their income. In that case, the social worker comes into very intimate touch with Christ by sharing his sufferings for humanity. For Jesus too got hurt because he collided with the selfish interests of the ruling classes. If a man attacks child labor or the underpayment of women in industry and finds himself misunderstood or abused, or perhaps without position and income, his pain is part of that vicarious suffering by which the redemption of humanity is achieved. Without the shedding of blood in some form, there has never been cessation of sin. For ages the cross of Christ has stood at the center of Christian theology, but many good men who are loud in their insistence on the cross as the only means of salvation have apparently never had any experience of the pain of the cross. They do not bear the marks of the Lord Jesus. There are no scars on them anywhere. Their religion has served to make them respected, all men like them, for their goodness, but their goodness was never so good that it waked up the devil. They never antagonized profitable sin, so they never got hurt. But in that case, their religion is not as specifically Christian as they think it is. Social work, the kind that deals with the causes of misery, is today almost the only form of Christian work that involves the risk of persecution. Thereby it opens to us a living experience of the cross of Christ, and a fellow feeling with all his followers in the church militant, which has moved down the centuries in a thin red line, but to which the church dormant owes all it enjoys of the higher life. Such social work throws us back in loneliness on God, and we find him near. Let no one who suffers unselfishly for the cause of truth or justice or liberty say that he is not religious or not a Christian. His life belies his professions. He is a poor hypocrite of infidelity. Religion has the master word of life. Thus social work is full of religious qualities. It is both the product and the cause of genuine religion. It offers religious experience to be found nowhere else in that fullness. The only question is if social workers become conscious of what they are doing and experiencing, and enjoy religion. A savage will apply the force of leverage, but our power over nature increases when we understand the laws that govern that force, and master it by obeying it. Men are always stretching out their hands to us and crying dumbly, "Are you the one that can help us? Have you got God within you so that you have love to understand us and power to save us?" The people whom we have to help in our charities and corrections have drifted from their anchorage. They have gone astray like lost sheep, as Jesus called them. A man or woman of strong and stable faith who knows something of the meaning of life can become the center of their solar system, the power they swear by, the rallying point of one more effort. Stability and quietness are themselves powers of social healing and restoration, but only a mature religious life can give that power in its fullness. Religion has the master word in human life. When patriotism, poetry, science, or philosophy rises to its highest level, it becomes religious. In the great moments of life, either in joy or sorrow, nothing suffices except religion. If the Titanic had sunk while the band was playing anything but a religious song, it would have been felt as a dissonance. Nearly all forms of charity and human betterment began in the souls of men and women who had the substance of religion in them. Their impulses of mercy or anger may have been uninstructed, but at least they saw and struck out before science or government moved. Living religion gives prophetic insight and daring, and so raises up the pioneers of love and justice. Other things being equal, a man of religious faith and temper is always the wiser and stronger. The religious souls are the master's souls. End of Unto Me by Walter Rauschenbusch, published October 1912.